Susan, you look so glamorous.
All for you. You know, this is, I mean, this is, you know, an event, always.
It is an event, especially now that, you know, we don't have any real events to go to.
You know, you got to make them from what you've got.
Hey, I took a friend out for her birthday this evening, or this afternoon, to eat out on an outdoor restaurant thing at one of the best restaurants in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you feel
Oh
comfortable?
yeah, the tables only keep people 3 feet from each other, but other than that, they were doing a good job.
Yep. I think we're going to see some really creative use of, you know, outdoor space in terms of like these temporary things that you see pictures of, and oh yeah.
You guys, we're going to start in just a minute, but we've got 41 people who are on with us. So how many more people do we need for quorum, Bob and Donna? And Katie, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can.
Thank you.
All right.
We are missing a few people.
Robin, I saw you just a second ago. Did we lose you? Let me just double check here.
Is she
Robin's in the attendees list, not in the
I was gonna
panelist
say,
list.
you gotta-
Okay,
Hello.
but let me move.
Yes, she is. Now she's one of us.
Being in the attendee room without being able to be acknowledged is like being under anesthesia, but you're coming out of it. You kind of want to tell
dear.
people, and no one knows that you're trying to speak. So
And that's when
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah.
You're just trying to keep a low profile, like a
Bob-
kind of garbo.
Bob and Donna, I see a couple people who are on here for some items that have been laid over.
Yeah, no, I'll
Do you guys
announce
want to just go over so that people are familiar with the items that have been put over? Especially the items from today that were put over.
Do we have a quorum, Donna? I think I think we got it.
I think we do, yes.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bob Ely. I will be chairing tonight's meeting along with my co-chair at our committee, Donna Rafferty. This is the Community Board 2's SLA meeting. We meet twice a month, and this is our second meeting. If you have an application tonight, we're going to try to stay in order as much as we can. We may be taking a few out of order. If you are all now currently attendees, so when we call out the application, please raise your hand so that we know to bring you forward as a participant so you can present your application. I say the same thing for anyone from the public who's here who would like to speak on a particular application that will be heard tonight. That also is something where when you hear the application, you need to raise your hand. If we don't get to you right away, that's okay. We will, okay? We'll bring you up and participate at the time that's appropriate. Now, as was said at the very beginning, earlier, as we were beginning, there are a few applications that are recent, were just either laid over or withdrawn today. I want to make sure that everybody knows which ones we will and we will not hear tonight. So just so we're clear, Pier 45 at the Hudson River Park, that's not going to be heard tonight. That was put over. The Harlem Roasting Company, Prodigy Coffee, 33 Carmine Street, that was put over. Infinite Hospitality Group, this is at 334 Bowery, okay? Today they asked to put over to next month. So we just found out about that one. And then also the corporation to be formed by Steven Bensusan, 117 7th Avenue. That will be put over till next month. So if you're here tonight on those applications, I announced that simply because I don't want you waiting around for it because it's not going to be heard. It's not going to be announced, okay? All right, so we're going to move forward. Make sure I get everybody here. All right, we're going to call the first application, which is going to be the corporation to be formed by Salima Hadia, 95 7th Avenue. If anybody's here on this application, if you could raise your hand, we'll bring you forward. Okay. I don't see the applicant being here yet. Do you see that, Donna?
No, I do not see the applicant being here yet.
Okay, I see a few people that have raised their hands.
There is someone named it's Halima Hadia.
Okay,
I see on the panel, on the list of panelists.
Yes, I see it too. But it's under
Okay.
H.
Yep, got it.
Well, it's her, yeah. There you go.
There we go.
okay. Make sure we got everybody.
Okay.
Halima, can you hear me?
I'd like her also to use her video, please.
Yes, of course.
There she is.
Okay. Okay, so Halima, is it just you tonight?
Hi.
Okay,
Is it just tonight? Say no. You with your neighbor. You have to tell him.
I'm with my neighbor. She's my neighbor,
Hi.
Miss Sylvia. She's always helping me. And if I could not understand something, she can tell me about because sometimes I could not understand that difficult English word. That's why. And
Okay.
yes.
okay, great. So just so there are other members of our board that are here tonight that may not have heard, we're not here last month. Halima has asked to come back again and represent the application. Go ahead, Halima. Why you introduced yourself. Now tell us why you're asking for reconsideration on this application.
He's asking you why you want him another chance. And remember, you picked the wrong time because of
Yes.
the corona.
Last time I was nervous a little bit because I have no idea how many people are listening me, and I can speak good or not. That's why I was nervous. But I told you something about myself. I'm singer.
No. He's asking why you want to speak to them again about your application.
Okay.
And that's why. And the time, remember that you were saying that you
Yes.
was going to change it. That's
Yes,
why
I
he's
want-
asking you,
yes.
not about yourself.
Okay. I want to change my time time of the restaurants because I thought it's about the current situation. We have to close earlier, like 2 p.m. 11 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Yes, PM
Yes.
means the cutoff PM.
That's why I want to change the timings because the people could not go back home. Train is going to be closed like 1 a.m. That's why I want to change my timings.
You want to change your closing hours? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that is changing since the last application?
The last application is at 2 a.m.
Yes.
11 to 2 p.
Yes.
2 a.m.
So
So
what else happened since the last time that you saw them? He's asking you that you wanted to share with them.
the timings issue.
Oh,
Yes.
and
We have a
how-
timing issues.
oh,
And
and you have a staff now, the women,
yes,
your friends.
yes. Now
For the
found
community.
yes, I found the women's because I am woman and I want to do the work with the women. I found the 3 women. They are worked with me. They're gonna be helping me, and chef, manager, and Miss Sovia Garcia also. She always help me whenever I have some difficulties.
Halima, what experience do you have in operating a restaurant with a liquor license?
I was worked with in a Mexican restaurant before, and I have experience, and and my Eastern food and Mexican food is similar. That's why I am interested in Mexican foods. And
What was your position working in the restaurant?
before.
Yeah.
More
Mexican-
detail.
Did you handle liquor when you used to? So
Yes.
You have to answer that. He said, that was, you ever handled the liquor? You did.
Yes,
right?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
And
I'll try it again. What was your position working in the Mexican restaurant that you say you worked in? What did you do?
But
Were
when starting, I was a serving. I start the work as a serving. Then I was a manager in a Mexican restaurant. Can you write the name?
Was it just one restaurant?
No, it's the 2 restaurant. In the Bedford Park, and then other is in a Manhattan.
What were the names of them?
The the name of the restaurant? You asked
the
me?
name of the restaurant that you used to work right here in
But-
Bedford Park.
The Bedford Park.
Yeah, the Maravillas right here.
The before when
What
I
you
worked
used to
on a
call it?
Bedford Park. Yes.
Yes, just tell him however you could pronounce it, just tell him. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The one on Bedford Park right here.
Yes. Before I worked in a Bedford Park, right there, where my live on the.
Halima, the question was, what's the name of the restaurant?
The restaurant name is a lesbian.
It's right here, Halima. Here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you were not on the books. They're not
Okay.
going to, you're not going to get in.
Halima, what was the name of any of the restaurants that you worked in? What were the names?
I worked.
Yeah, right here.
Before I worked at Las Merveilles de Mexico.
What was the address?
The work from Bedford Park Boulevard is 113 Bedford Park Boulevard, Bronx, New York.
Who was the owner? Who was the owner of the restaurant? What was his or her name?
The Chris. Manager, chef, Chris.
You're not gonna get in trouble with immigration or anything. Because if anything, they're not looking into that. They're just looking. You don't have to
Yes,
be
I understand.
nervous,
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
that's for somebody else.
Yes.
Halima, if you've never run a restaurant with a liquor license before, where are you getting the money, okay, to start a new restaurant all by yourself?
I get money from my family. My family supporting me, especially my brother support me about the money. And my family gave the idea, you are interested in for the restaurant and the foods, you can get the liquor license and you can open your own business. And my family supporting me.
And how much rent are you going to have to pay at this particular restaurant if you start the business there? At the Mexican restaurant where you plan to open, what's the rent?
He asked me about the rent.
Yeah, well, how much per month are you going to be paying the rent?
How many pay the rent?
Yeah. No, how much you gonna pay for rent?
15.
Your apartment. Yeah.
15,000 for the restaurant. 15,000.
So you tell him.
Oh, okay.
15,000 per month.
Yes.
And are you going to sign a lease?
Yes.
How many years is your lease?
My lease is because I get the new is a 3-4 months ago.
Well, how long is it? How long are you going to have to?
Like your apartment, you know, you have a 1-year lease.
Yes.
I have a 2-year lease. How much is your apartment? I mean, how much is your restaurant, the lease? How long is it for?
How long the for?
How long did you sign it for?
Okay. Right.
How long you signed the lease for?
No. Okay, I told you.
If she signed a lease, wasn't there a lawyer involved? Somebody who could.
I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there.
Sorry.
No, but I'm going to let other people ask questions too.
We're like, yeah, we're.
Salima, did you sign a lease?
Yes.
You signed a lease. So did you have a lawyer? Did you have anybody working with you to sign the lease?
I work with my friend, Miss Sylvia Gordia.
How many years are you going to? How many years is the leasehold? What's the term?
Remember when you spoke? What they told you?
No, it's 4 months ago. I paid the money and I get a 4 months ago.
Yeah, but how long is it?
For how long?
5-year lease.
Yes.
5
I deal my owner. I told her when I get the license, I sign the lease, right? And now are you hearing me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for questioning. Anybody else on the committee have a question?
Yeah, I do. What's the menu? Have you changed the menu or how did you come up with the menu?
Yes, I changed the menu.
The menu, I just printed that out. The new one. I'm sorry, I have it. Hold on.
Wait a minute. I told you about the menu. It's a brunch, lunch, and dinner.
Will you be serving the same food for all?
Yes, I want to serving the same food at all. Almost just I want to change my timings. I have issues with the timings. That's it. And everything is gonna be same. Where's the menu?
I have to reprint it now for you.
The menu that was sent to us doesn't look like a complete menu. It looks like a single page.
Remember the menu we was looking at yesterday that you changed it?
Yes.
That's what they're asking you. What's on that menu that you changed?
It's almost the same. Not a big changing in there. Is the not a big change. Before my menu.
Yes.
Yes, it's not a change. It's another big difference.
It seems
Well-
the prices are different and the items are different, and nothing is called the same from last time that you were here. And it seems like it's not a complete menu for serving brunch and lunch and dinner. It's just one page of one item,
But didn't
8
you,
items.
didn't you say that that's the same menu that they had there before? Who
No,
had that
it's-
menu before? Where did you get that menu from?
I will make the myself with my manager. Me and my manager setting the menu.
And who is your manager?
And the manager, you gotta talk, so that's what they're asking you. The manager, the restaurant.
I need a menu paper. No.
Okay, I'm gonna print it for you.
Donna, we're
Yeah.
just
Go
going
ahead.
on.
Go
And
ahead.
there's a lot of people that are waiting. And so.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I mean, she's back here so that she has somebody with her. Last time she had Melanie with her. This time she has Sylvia with her. I'm just,
Yeah.
so,
Is there
that's all.
anybody else on the committee that has a question? Because there are a few people that would like to speak. Yeah, go ahead, Susan. Unmute yourself, Susan.
Here
There
we
you
go.
go.
Hi, Halima. I just wanted to be sure that you understand, we're trying to help you through this process. And I know sometimes it feels very overwhelming and maybe even a little intimidating. And I'm glad that you have someone with you today. But, questions like, how is the restaurant paid for? How you manage this? A liquor license in our area is it's a big thing to get. And, we put the biggest, wealthiest, corporate restaurants through the same kind of questioning as this. So I just don't want you to think that because your use of language of English isn't as good as other people, that somehow you're getting a harder ride. So we want all our small restaurants to make it, and we're asking you questions because we hope everyone we give a liquor license to will succeed. So we're going to try to work through this with you, but we may have questions that you can't answer, and then we're sort of going to have to question how we proceed. But I just wanted to give, I guess it's not a question, it's just a little explanation.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else on the committee that has a question? Because
She's saying.
I don't see anybody raising their hand. There are a few people. Go ahead.
Just one quick thing. You mentioned that your family is helping you. What is your budget for opening this restaurant? Because often it's, opening a restaurant can be a 6-figure undertaking. So what is your budget?
She's asking you, how much money your brother gave you for the restaurant in whole? Did he tell you?
Whole day.
The whole amount.
A whole amount.
The whole amount. It just
I
doesn't
have-
take the rent.
actually, I
for the-
have-
for the
okay.
restaurant.
Okay.
Like, what are your plans for that?
Okay, I told you, every month my brother send me money, 10,000, but I have a money before. I have a money for
How much? You gotta tell her how much you have.
10,000.
No, the whole, Halima.
The
The whole budget, like the whole budget, how much your brother has.
we
for this
spend the
whole
money.
restaurant. Yes.
We spend the money.
The whole thing, the whole amount. That's what she's asking. The whole amount with the rent, the real estate.
Almost is a
agent.
$30,000. I was spending $30,000,
And how
and
much
now
he has,
every
how much-
month I'm.
Okay, Halima, hold on, okay? There are a number of questions that have been asked of you, okay? You really need to answer the question. If you're having a problem understanding it, you just let us know, okay? If you're not having a problem answering the question, please answer the question, okay? Because there's a lot of people on this Zoom call, a lot of people that want to present, and we're waiting on them, okay?
I thought that you had asked to do this again because you wanted to bring a lawyer with you
Yeah.
to help this situation out.
That's what it was last month.
So you still don't have a lawyer with you to help, so.
Is there anybody else on the committee that has a question?
I thought she said she needed an interpreter.
Can you explain
well, yeah.
for behalf of me, please? Can you explain everything?
Alright.
Because I told
So,
you.
Hi, can I just put just one little input, please? My name is Sylvia Garcia. I'm actually her neighbor. So I have to be very honest. She's been a little bit nervous about this whole situation because in the past, even though she's had these positions, she was kind of off the books. So every time she's asked a question, besides working down the block, we live in Bedford Park, but I just wanted to throw that in there. So she gets all this information she does have. I've actually met with her and her brother, but
Okay, I appreciate that, but if the brother is giving her that much money, he should be on the license as well. And we're not hearing from the brother. So, Cormac, you have a question?
Okay.
Well, it was actually, that was the question, was, was the identity of the brother and what the brother's sort of prior arrangements, experiences are. Is the brother a partner in any other restaurant or thing? Is the brother involved in any of the previous applications we heard for this location? Because he's clearly a substantial source of the funds. We just want to sort of make sure that everything is kosher with him.
Thank you, Cormac. What is the name of the brother, Halima?
I want to make sure that your family.
What's the name of your brother?
How I can make sure from my family give my money, or how I can prove? How I can prove?
Well, that's something you're gonna have to.
Halima, I think it's a very simple question. What is the name of your brother?
Mudassar Malik.
Say it again.
Mudassar, M-U-D-S-S-A-R, Mudassar Malik, M-A-L-I-K, Malik.
Thank you. All right, there are a few people that would like to speak. Donna, can we bring them on as let them have an opportunity to speak?
Sure.
I have Nancy and Leslie Clark, Nestle Paisley. And also Edward Ukowitz has also raised his hand. So
Yep. Got him.
you guys give us a chance here and we're going to give you an opportunity.
Thank you so much.
So Nancy, would you like to go first?
What he said?
Sure, I'll go first. I want to thank the committee for being considerate of people that are having difficulty making presentations. I think you're all very good-hearted people to do that. Having said that, as I'm sure you've guessed, I'm opposing this application. This is the same application that we have heard, I've forgotten how many times, exactly the same ever since the previous tenant, Bejam Kujak, was disciplined very severely for all sorts of problems amounting possibly to felonies by the State Liquor Authority. And the applications since then have all been frontmen for him. I don't hear anything from Ms. Sadia that indicates any separation from that group of, I'll have to say, unsavory people. And the tie-in of the many, many similarities of the applications makes me pretty certain that these are the same people coming around on the guitar again. Also, I hear nothing from Ms. Sadia that indicates any serious professional responsibility in the restaurant business or the liquor license business, and the absence of a professional advisor when we thought she was going to have one here is very troubling. I do not think this is in any way a qualified person. I do not think that anyone with ties to the former proprietor should get a license here or anywhere else, and I think the SLA would agree with that. And you voted last month unanimously to reject this application, and I would encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clark?
Thank you. I'm also here to oppose this application for exactly the same reasons that Nancy Paisley has so well stated. She appears to be not qualified and perhaps not even understanding what it takes to run a restaurant. This application has not changed significantly at all. The only additional document from last month was a new document that was actually prepared before her last month's appearance. I agree with Nancy in every way. I think that this is unfortunately another cutout for the previous owner who was problematic. And therefore, I would ask you to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ukowitz? If I've mispronounced your name, I apologize.
Yo, that's fine. Thank you. I represent the board of 3 Sheridan Square. The west side of our building faces the basically the roof of 95 7th Avenue South. We've attended a number of the meetings with the applications for the restaurant probably half a dozen times in the last 6 months. We oppose this applicant for a restaurant. As Leslie Clark and Nancy Paisley have pointed out, there are just all kinds of problems. I don't know for sure whether she's representing the same applicant as in the past, but even as presented, it's so problematic that we have to oppose the applicant's the opportunity for her to have a restaurant in such proximity to our building. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Miss Sadia?
Yes.
Can I just, I have one follow-up question. Do you know an Umar Malik?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Is Umar Malik another brother of yours?
No, I don't know anyone.
You have a Medessa Malik as a brother?
Yes,
right?
It's a common name.
Mm-hmm.
but it's a Eastern name is mostly like this. The Eastern name is mostly like this. How someone say is a similar or not?
Well, you
The
should
name.
ask them how many times did you guys they put
How
the
many times
applications?
what's going before? I don't know what's wrong before. And every time you ask me about the guys, I know someone, but I don't know. I spend my money, a lot of money I spend, and
She
I
just
can
wants to
get
know
that.
how many times did
I think we got it. I think we understand.
How many times was this application put in? Because I'm just hearing this just like her today while you guys are discussing the previous owner, and now I'm concerned for her as her neighbor that she did put in her money, and she's a single mom. So you said previous time, so before her there was more applications, Halima, and they you don't know that. That's
I
what they're
don't know.
saying. That's what
Okay.
they're saying to you.
I think we're now getting a little out of order. We're now getting a little out of order, so I need to move on, okay?
All right,
So,
thank you.
all right, and I appreciate your comments, I really do, but I just think it's time to move on. Is there anybody else that has any questions from the committee before we move on to the next application?
Yeah, real quick.
Go ahead, Robin.
I apologize if you answered this question. I don't recall the answer. How did you find the location? I think you said you live in the Bronx, right? I'm wondering how you located this spot for the restaurant.
How I did found the location? The family friends tell me, and I found out the friends and a friend. I found a place.
Where else were you looking? What other neighborhoods?
One other neighborhood?
She's saying before you looked at Manhattan,
Yes.
where was you looking at before? Or your family, where was they looking for you before? Besides that, where? What location? Was they looking besides there? That's the question.
What is it?
Where was they looking? I don't know. You're the one that's speaking to your family.
Yes, my family
But
before they're looking.
Here?
That's
Where?
here.
You
In
gotta
a
talk to them.
that's in the Bronx, but I don't like the Bronx. I like the Manhattan, and I want to work over there in a Manhattan.
Okay. I think that's it. I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Hadia. We're going to move on to the next application. Give me a second here. We're going to hear MM 130 Bowery Restaurant Corp, DBA Capitale, 130 Bowery. If you are here on that application, if you could raise your hand. We'll bring you forward.
Hi, sorry.
Hi, Ms.
Hello.
Gates. Good to,
Hi,
good,
how are you?
good to see you. So is there anybody else with you tonight that's presenting?
No, Terry Flynn said he couldn't make it. So it's
Okay,
just
great.
me.
So go ahead, introduce yourself to us and tell us what your application is about. It's some sort of corporate change or change of ownership?
Sure. Yes. Hi, I'm Claudia Case, formerly Claudia Barasevic. I've been at Capitale, which is MM 130 Bowery Restaurant Corp, DBA Capitale, the catering hall located at 130 Bowery. I've been with the company for 18 years. I was there when we turned it from a abandoned bank into an event space. I've always been in a managerial role. Seth Greenberg exited the company a couple of years back. We actually filed for a corporate change, but I guess something happened where there was some missing information, so we had to re-notify. So we're re-notifying again. And the only change is that Seth Greenberg is no longer on the license. He's no longer a part of the company, and they've given me 5% equity. So this is just to add my 5% on.
Okay. And you said that this corporate change was presented a short time ago?
So Terry filed it for me in 2000, the last go around, I think 2018, but I think something happened with the paperwork, and apparently I guess you guys didn't have my passport pictures, so it was like rejected for incomplete information. So this is the second go around.
I see. So I got it. That was the state liquor authority that needed the IDs. Okay.
Yeah, something happened where something was missing that
Okay.
didn't make the file.
And so the change is that Seth Greenberger, do you know what percentage of ownership he had?
Yes, he had 30%.
And out of that 30%, you ended up with 5%?
Correct.
And the rest of the 25% went back to where? It went back to the
Back to
corporation?
the original owner, David Marvisi. So he has 95. It was 70-30, and now he has 95 and I have 5. But I've always been the hands-on director of operations, and now I'm the CEO of the company.
I think we got it. Okay, that's what I really needed to find out. Does anybody from the committee have any questions for Ms. Case? Doesn't look that way. Thank you very much for coming down, Ms. Case.
Thank you.
You have a
Sorry
pleasant
sorry for the emails on the chat, because I thought you guys skipped me by accident.
No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
And Bob, just for clarification, the Claudia had actually executed the last stipulations agreement that we have.
Yeah, I thought I remembered, but I can't, I can't remember exactly when it was. Yes. Okay, so next up is going to be the Village Square Pizza number 2 at 118 Christopher Street. If you are here on that, could you please raise your hand? Looks like we got a couple. Hey, James, okay.
Hi.
James, you're here with someone else?
By myself.
You're by yourself, okay.
Oh, well, then who are the other?
Like someone else raised their hand, that's all. No? Okay.
Well, yeah, yes, James K.
Hi.
James Wang.
Yes, that was that was the person who was helping us with our beer and wine license.
Okay. Did you want, is that person helping you with the presentation?
No, he told me that last month he was supposed to, he was the one talking to the community board, and then he said that this month that I would have to speak to the board.
Gotcha. Okay. So James, let me just fill you in on what happened last month. It was presented by your representative, and there were some questions about the bathroom. I'm sure that was indicated to you, the location of the bathroom at the pizza location. And also, we didn't get a chance to meet you. So could you just introduce yourself? What is your part with the business, and give us a little rundown of the business?
Sure. My name is James Kwan. This is the second location of Village Square Pizza. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, and I was a big fan of pizza since I was a little kid. I'm the owner and operator of both businesses. Just to be honest with you, I'm like kind of like obsessed with pizza, and ever since I was able to eat pizza, I kind of became obsessed. Everything from making it on myself or trying every little place in New York. I wish I could explain to you how obsessed I was. I could tell you stories for days, but I know you guys probably have a lot of people waiting. I was eating at a place every day, and one day I was so in love with it. I just asked the owner, the chef. I was like, "Listen, would you ever be willing to do something?" And he was very busy. There was a line every day, and he basically just said, maybe one day. He kind of gave me like the yeah, like we'll see. Once they started to see my face every day, because I was just eating there every day, we started to get to know each other. We found out we were from similar parts of Brooklyn. And, every 6 months or so, like, I would just ask him, like, would you be interested in doing something? I didn't have it like marked on my calendar or anything, but like, I would just ask him. And it was this blizzard one day. And for the first time in like the 2-year span that I was going to eat there was no line. And I asked him, I was like, listen, would you be willing to do something? He kind of, looked at me and was like, you seem very serious. And I was like, yeah, a little bit. And, we kind of just talked. We met at a Starbucks. We chatted, and, he liked what I had to say and about, and I, from there we kind of struck up a friendship and decided to do these businesses.
Okay. And so what is this, the pizza that you guys are going to be serving there? Is it some sort of specialty pizza? Like, is it what kind of pizza is it?
Yes, so it's a gourmet New York style pizza. It's basically, we specialize in Sicilian style squares. We make triangle slices as well, or as we call round pies, but we're going to be specializing in squares. And in my opinion, I think we make some of the best pizza in the city.
All right. And so the main, one of the most significant issues was a patron bathroom. Okay. So there used to be a restaurant there, and since that restaurant left and you folks moved in, you kind of changed things around a little bit, and it looks like you blocked off the patron bathroom to a certain extent. And so tell us what the plan is to grant access or to create access to people to go to the bathroom, because that's a requirement for a beer and wine or restaurant wine license.
Sure. There is a walkway. There is a walkway. The reason that we put the oven there was because the oven has to be in a close proximity to the counter, and it's kind of like also for show. It's like people can see the oven, people can see the pizzaiolo make the pizza. So it just happened to be at that position. There is a walkway where they can still walk over to the bathroom, and we blocked it off.
See, I think. There you go. Okay. So James, in terms of the, in other words, it looks like what you have is some sort of rope or some sort of barrier that which separates the ovens and the prep area from the walkway itself. And I guess we just had this issue. I mean, is there a sign that says patron bathroom?
No, we don't have a sign or anything like that, but we could put up a sign if you'd like.
Well, I'm just thinking what the restaurant did that we had 2 days ago is they created a barrier in the hallway between where people are actually doing the work and the prep work with the access or the lane in which you can get from, if you're a patient, you use the bathroom. I mean, you know, it took a small architectural plan and change to create a barrier of some sort. It was a glass barrier. Is that something that you would consider? I'm just saying it doesn't appear to me, based on the diagrams and the photographs that you presented, that it's a true patron bathroom that's accessible to, I mean, you tell me what you think, but that's an issue in terms of the restaurant one. We need to have access to for patrons.
Yes.
We have, well, the rope we put in just so as like more of a guide and to kind of protect the patrons from like the food and just to keep some sort of separation. But it's more like a guide for them to know where the bathroom is. If you like, we could probably put something a little bit more architecturally sound to put it there, but you know, we could kind of get creative with it. We thought the rope would have been sufficient, but we didn't realize that we had to maybe perhaps look into building something.
Yeah, I mean,
I just jump in.
Go ahead, Carl.
This is a boundary is for the health reasons, not for patron guidance. You know, anywhere if somebody walking down with a thin, just pull a line, they can touch all the kitchen areas, everything. The whole idea is that the patron bathroom and the walkway is supposed to be separated from your food prep areas and from, you know, the plastic bins that I see in the pictures that look like you're storing food related items. You've got some sort of, you know, some surface counter or something. I mean, those are all supposed to be protected from the general public and have a specific division so that they can't be any cross contamination. It's a health department issue as opposed to a guidance for where a patron walks to get to the bathroom. And that's where this comes. And this is not unusual, is people look in very long, narrow places where the bathrooms are in the back. But in New York City, you're not required to have a patron bathroom if you have less than, I believe it's 20 patrons, but you need a bathroom period if you are serving any type of beer, wine, or liquor in the establishment. And so that's where confusion is created, is that the requirement is not for the New York City requirements, it's actually from the Liquor Authority.
Gotcha.
So that's why what you're presenting doesn't seem to be like it would reach the level where it's providing the protection for your food preparation areas.
We can move those the storage bins. We only have salt and sugar in there, but we can move that if that'd be better.
Yeah, I guess what I'm suggesting is that you come back again, but you come back with a plan which actually does make it clear that there's a separation, that there's not going to be any contamination, or you just make it very clear that, you know, and a barrier is one that really does do the job of plexiglass barrier, which is exactly what the folks did on McDougal Street. A very similar situation. They were not selling pizza. They were selling some particular type of food, that Asian food that was specific to what their method of operation was, and it did work. And we could actually send you the plans to show you what we're talking about. But it was a architectural plan that showed a barrier, and it granted access to people, and it prevented the food prep. It prevents the area from food prep. And so what you really have is you have an oven. Okay, so you have an oven right in the area where people are going to be walking right by it. So it's the process of closing off that area where the counter starts and going back all the way to the bathroom.
Right. That's why we thought the rope would be enough, to be honest with you, because that walkway is just it's a perfect amount for a walkway. If we were to build something, we'd be afraid that it might not be enough space. But maybe we can get creative and maybe just have like a plexiglass or something just separating it. Maybe something that's portable or movable in some way. You know.
I would give you that opportunity to, I just think it's important that you have some sort of plan, something that's a visual, that's something that you can actually accomplish and show to us. And so, Katie, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me? My favorite phrase. Can you hear me
Yes.
yet? Okay, super duper. I have, I think I have 3 points. I hope I can get all of them out. First of all, it seems as if I'm looking at that kitchen area. So what happens, what is going on in the kitchen in relationship to the pizzas? Do you have to bring uncooked food from that kitchen along that walkway to put into the oven?
No.
So everything, the dough for the pizza, the cheese, the sauce, everything is prepared at the oven?
Yes. So the kitchen we cook the sauce. We have a deep fry back there that will like deep fry some eggplants. We'll clean, mostly it's for cleaning, but everything that's prepared is right there in front of you. We only make pizza, garlic knots, and calzones. We're not like cooking up any pasta or anything in the back.
So all of the preparation of the pizza happens in front of the oven, but one of the problems is if the people from the kitchen are bringing food in that walkway while the patron is going through, would there ever be an instance where
Never.
food would come from the kitchen?
It's mostly for cleaning. We use the space because that kitchen was already there. Our first location, we don't have a kitchen, so a kitchen is not needed for a pizza place.
Okay. Secondly, the patrons go along the side of the oven, and I see some vents. What's the temperature of that oven structure?
The inside
outside temperature.
The outside temperature is room temperature. It's not affecting directly the outside of it because that brick is actually it's not a brick oven. That brick is just more for the look. So it's actually separating the oven from the people passing by. So it's just complete room temperature.
Okay. The place that we mentioned on McDougal Street, they made a glass partition, and it had part of it was stationary and part of it was a sliding door, so that they could close it. They could, pull it tight, and then if they had to go, if the person from the counter had to leave, they could open it. So it's something for you to think about. It wasn't a solid wall. It had a sliding aspect to it. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that's actually a great idea.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. That's all.
Yeah, so Mr. Kwan, I guess just looking at the photographs, I think you're going to have a very hard time creating a passageway for patrons, but I'd like to give you that opportunity if you'd like. If you want to come back next month, if you want this application to be put over one more time, so you can come bring in plans that show that you're able to do this, we'd be willing to have you back. But just based on what we can see, and we appreciate you providing those photographs, it seems very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to do.
It's a small space. I wish we had more space to make all the stuff that that would make it sufficient. We can try to get creative, and maybe the glass or something would be something that we could look into. I think we could still get creative with it because all restaurateurs in New York, it being a tight space, we do have to get a little creative. And the walkway is sufficient as far as a walking path. I believe if we replace maybe the rope with like a glass partition, it might do the trick. Or we could even move all this stuff with the salt and sugar and stuff towards the kitchen so that it wouldn't be in the way at all, and just have a complete open space.
Well, like I said, I'll give you an opportunity definitely to come back if that's something that you're willing to do.
Oh, of course, anything.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna put this over till next month. Okay. and give you that opportunity. And Mr. Wang, if you could send us an email to that effect. All right, I appreciate it that you're asking till next month. And specifically, I think what we're looking for is some plans, concrete plans, something that will show the route that people take, the signage that's going to be there to make it clear that there is a patron bathroom for people that are up front, and pictures showing exactly how it's going to happen. Cormac, was that you that wanted to say anything? No. Okay. All right. So thank you very much for coming down again tonight. We'll see you next month. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
I
James.
didn't have anything to say, Bob, and I'm sorry I was slow unmuting.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Cormac. Okay, so next up is going to be Papa's OG LLC, 103 105 McDougal Street. If you are here on that application, if you could raise your hand, that would be great. Okay, I have Danielle.
Yes. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
Danielle, do you have the ability to turn on your camera?
1 second.
No
There you go.
problem.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, so we got Danielle, and I see Stratus. Is that Stratus?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody else on the application besides you two?
Basil.
I'm sorry, Basil?
Basil, yes.
Basil. Okay, so the three of you. Is there anyone else besides the three of you on the application?
No.
Okay, and then I have another person that has raised her hand. Chris, we will get to you, okay? And we'll let you speak when there's time. And James and Joseph, okay?
Can you just say, if you're from the public, when we call up the applicant, just if only the applicant could raise their hand, and then when we go to the public, then raise your hands, please. It just makes it easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is an application for a Greek restaurant on McDougal Street.
Yes.
Okay, and who wants to start? You can introduce yourselves and go from there. But I'll let whoever wants to start go first. Okay.
Okay, my name is Stratus Morfogen. Can everybody hear me? I'm sorry, it's a little dark. I'm actually at one of my restaurants right now.
We can hear you.
Third generation restaurateur. Pappas was opened by my grandfather on 14th Street in 1910. It closed in 1975. Since then, I've owned about 11 restaurants. I currently own Brooklyn Chop House in Manhattan. And I basically met with the landlord when Panchitos, which is an iconic restaurant, became available. He asked me if I would bring Brooklyn Chop House to McDougal Street. I thought it would be a much better fit bringing back my grandfather's restaurant because we have a very unique style of Greek food. The heritage of Greek food started with the wood-burning oven. It didn't start with the grill. And the emphasis on fish, we're also going to do the emphasis on meats and fish with Pat LaFrida, who's my butcher. So we're going to do some interesting things that other Greek restaurants haven't done. And I thought that this location is perfect for revitalizing and bringing back a New York iconic brand that my grandfather created.
And Danielle, do you want to add to that?
No, we're actually in the restaurant right now on McDougal Street. If you guys could see behind us, it's a pretty huge space.
Okay. And can you give us a little idea of what you're asking for in terms of method of operation? Tell us what is your plan, at least in terms, there's multiple entrances, there's multiple things that you're requesting. Can you give us a little rundown of what the method of operation is going to be for the restaurant?
Sure. On the McDougal side, we're going to do fast casual, which will average around $20 to $30 per person. We're probably open, eventually we'll open around 10 a.m., do like a kind of basic brunch. And then during the day, the fast casual part will basically, cater to sandwiches, salads, soups, appetizers. And we just want to make sure we cater to people that can't spend $100 for an evening, that we're going to be catering to the fast casual aspect of our business. And then on the back of the restaurant, we're going to do the fine dining, which will be the tablecloth side of the restaurant, where we will be offering, we have the chef of Milos and Avra. That's going to be Peter Stropoulos is going to be the chef of the restaurant. The GM is Sal Beno, who is the GM of Milos. And we put a really strong team together. Kiki, our chief operating officer, ran Disney for 20 years. She ran over $180 million a year in sales at Disney. She's our chief operating officer. So we created pretty much of an all-star team running this restaurant. And that's basically it. We're going to start off with dinner only, and then go into lunch and possibly like a late brunch. We don't want to open too early, but we do think that there's a market there for like a 10 a.m., 11 a.m. start time.
And to add, I know you asked about the exits in the back that we have on our drawings, which we actually was a pre-existing exit that we're opening back up for fire safety as a fire exit.
Yeah, so when we took over Panchitos, there was only one exit on Minetta Street. And what we were told by our architect during the first conference with someone at DOB, or I believe at Landmarks, they said Panchitos was there before, we know that, but they illegally closed down that door. I don't know anything about it. And now they're making us put a second door for a fire exit, which we did not have in our budgets, but it is what it is.
Basically, what happened was 105 has a fire exit. 103, they closed up the fire exit in the back and they made it storerooms. That was illegally closed in 1983, and that needs to be opened back up according to the building department. So it could be two fire exits, one for 105 and one for 103.
And just for transparency, Robert, that Basil is our partner, and he's also the GC of the project. Basil and I go back 20 years with Daniela. They used to build all my restaurants. So finally, we partnered together.
Okay, so are you guys saying that the doors going that open out onto Minetta Lane are going to be fire exits only?
Fire exits only with push bar alarms on them.
I believe that's Minetta Street. It looks like a lane, but I think it's street.
Okay, and you have, you folks have put DJs on your into your method of operation. Can you explain to us what's going on with the DJs in a fine dining restaurant?
Yeah, Robert, we're not having a DJ full time. I just like to be transparent. A lot during like holiday parties, which I'm not sure we're going to have that. Well, obviously, we're not going to be open this year for December, but I just like to be completely transparent. There are times where you have like holiday parties for big companies where they buy out the restaurant. And I don't like having this pop up later on. If like, say a company buys out the restaurant for a holiday party and they want to bring a DJ in, it does happen. And this might be 5% of the time, if that much. And it's usually around the holidays, but we are not having a full-time DJ at our restaurant.
Okay. So
I just don't want you to send me a letter, after we open and say, hey, we saw DJs at your restaurant. I just rather dip it in the bud in the beginning, that it's impossible to say that there'll be no DJs, but you can mark it down as special events.
Okay, so on the special events with the DJs, are we talking, as you say, 5%? Are we talking? Is that the only time there will be an entertainment level of music inside the establishment?
That will be the only time. We're not doing promoters. I'm a staunch believer. I do not put promoters in my restaurants.
And Robert, it's not an entertainment level of music. It's going to be ambiance music, but there will be a DJ just mixing it with like lounge type stuff, Greek music, Mediterranean music, stuff like that. It's not going to be loud music. I'm doing the sound system and the cameras and all the security equipment here, and I'm telling you that it's not going to be amplified. It's going to be just regular background music, but it's going to be spun by a DJ. That's the only difference.
No, but Basil, they're asking quantity. We're not doing this on a regular basis.
No, I'm saying when we do it. I'm not saying that we're going to do it all the time.
I know what they're asking because I've been in front of many community boards. They want to know frequency. And frequency is 0. The frequency is only for special events.
Okay, it's not just frequency, it's also sound levels. So
100%.
Okay, so the frequency of 5% or whatever during the holidays, that would be at the entertainment level for the special events, but all other times.
The restaurant will not have the ability to go to an entertainment level. It's going to be ambiance music. That's the type of sound system that I am installing here, and I can give you guys specs on it if you'd like.
Right, we're shooting more for a high-end restaurant, not a DJ in a club where that everybody's getting out there partying.
No, Danielle, I think I got that. I think they got that. We're trying to define the entertainment level music, and I think Stratus indicated that there would be some on occasion, very infrequently. And so, you know, are you saying it is, or are you saying it isn't? That's what I'm trying to find out.
No, the DJ will be here to spin, but the level of volume that will be played at will be at ambiance level.
Okay, so not even for the special events, we're not talking about entertainment levels.
No, not when you say volume wise. No, the DJ will be there so you can spin the music and stuff, but it's not going to be loud. We're never going to play loud music.
So would you folks agree that to a stipulation or something to the fact that your music will always, I'm not sure what's going on, but somebody's got some sound going on in the background there. If you could mute that, that would be great. Okay, thank you. So is that something that you folks would agree to, at least in terms of sound volumes, that you would agree to background music only? Even if you're using a DJ to get that background music, the question then becomes well, is that something you folks would agree to?
Yes.
And Stratus, you too? You got to unmute yourself, Stratus.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
We're not doing a nightclub. No, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be a nice energy in the room, and it's going to be, Greek music. It's not going to be like a lounge style of vibe inside the dining room. No. So background music is pretty much what it is.
Okay, and then in terms of the closing hours, you guys have 4 a.m. Why on God's earth do you need 4 a.m. for a Greek restaurant?
Well, we would definitely like to go with whatever the neighborhood is running at. I mean, 2 a.m. would be great because, you know, we want to continue. Our menu can be great. I've spent hours now up and down that block, and I think there's a lot of energy in that area after midnight. And I think we'd be a great asset to the block. I see what's going on there. I think we can elevate what's going on a little bit to a higher level than what's actually there. A lot of loiterers. A lot of, you know, I think by staying open a little bit later, at least to 2 a.m., I think would add to the community because we're going to do a really nice property.
So you would say 2 a.m. is the bottom line. You really need 2 a.m. for your business.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. And so there's also a sidewalk cafe and tables outside. And there's also these doors that open up on McDougal Street. Generally speaking, we have times when we close the Sidewalk Cafe and the doors. It's usually around 10 o'clock during the week and 11 on the weekends. Is that something that is acceptable to you? You tell me.
Can you repeat the last part of it,
Sure.
Robert? Sorry.
Yeah. So generally speaking, what we do is there's certain times, at least outside, for sidewalk cafes and the closing of doors. You have these doors that open up that allow things to go in and noise to come out as well. So we usually ask to close the doors at 10 o'clock and the sidewalk cafe closes, you know, during the week, 10, 11 on the weekends. You know, we can go as late as 11 on McDougal Street in terms of the Sidewalk Cafe, but we generally ask those doors to be closed by 10 o'clock. Is that something that can be done?
I mean, we would like a little later, Robert, because we really just want to keep energy on the street with serving, you know, dinners, you know, late night. You know, our fast casual menu is like 4 or 5 type of souvlaki's, Greek salads, soups, appetizers. And I think that'll really fly without the tablecloth and going after that price average. I think that'll really, I don't know, I just think it's going to be really good for the neighborhood, especially, you know, there's some really great restaurants on that block, like Minetta Tavern. I think it's going to add to that level of dining.
Right.
So if we could get the outdoor doors to be open, you know, on the McDougal side, I don't see why there would be an issue 12 o'clock, because there's so much activity there. And you know what? I just think it'll bring it'll continue to bring a nice crowd to that area.
Okay, and all right, so I'm going to open it up to other members of our board to ask questions. Does anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Donna.
Could you clarify, if I'm looking at the plans correctly, you're saying that the back part is more of the formal dining. So how?
They're going to come through the entrance. I'll answer the question quickly.
Yeah. So they just come through
McDougal
Street.
Yeah, we're not using Minetta Street as an entrance. And I got to tell you, Donna, I really wish we didn't have to do a second egress. It just makes it a lot more expensive for us. We didn't have that in the budgets, but our architect came back and told us the bad news.
Donna, also, the rear exits will be alarmed with push bars. So when someone does try to exit from the back, they will set off an alarm because they will only be fire exits.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Cormac.
Yeah, and following on that, the rear windows in the back, I'm not sure if currently they're operable. I know that in past years they sometimes have been. If they are, they're not going to be, or they're going to be remain sealed and closed at all times, I assume, on Minetta?
They're going to be sealed and closed at all times, and we are going to repair, because if you look around the window, there is some gaps and stuff, and we are going to repair all those gaps and make sure that that's completely soundproof in the back.
Thank you.
Yes, and we're doing extensive soundproofing above with the landlord, Sean. We went over all the, with Sean and Basil, they went over all the products that we're using to make sure that the whole restaurant is soundproofed.
Thank you. Anything else, Cormac? I'm sorry.
No, I mean, anything else I would have would just be a comment. I'll save it for exec. I mean, that's not a question.
Okay. Anyone else from the committee have any questions? Okay. So
I have my hand up. I have my hand up.
Katie, I didn't see that. Sorry about it. Go ahead, Katie.
Okay, I'll take my hand up. I have 2 questions, and one on the application. Sir, there you are. I'm looking for your picture. On the application, it says you have accordion doors. Were those the doors that you were just, the accordion windows? Was that what you were discussing with Cormac?
No, those are, the accordion windows are on McDougal. He's talking about the rear windows in the back, the checkered windows. If you look at the windows right now, there's like spacing around them because when they were installed 100 years ago, whenever they were installed, the insulation stuff from around the windows has come out, but we already have that in our budget and our plans to repair the inside part all the way around and close up all the gaps and stuff, not only for sound, but also for the cold, but it's gonna be completely soundproofed.
Okay, well, I'm sure the co-chairs will go over with you what time we want those windows closed, because we do.
They're not going to be able to open. We're going to have them sealed completely in the back.
Oh, they're sealed completely. Not. I'm just okay. Thank you for that explanation. And I didn't see a certificate of occupancy in your packet. Did you provide one?
There is no certificate of occupancy in the building. What we do need to get is a letter of no objection, but we cannot get that till after we finish construction.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I also have a question, Bob.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cormac, and I'll get you, Carter. Sorry.
I just wanted to, I was just trying to clarify for Katie because it sounded to me like she didn't necessarily follow the conversation before. So the chairs, Robert did propose closing the accordion doors that face McDougal at 11. And the applicant has said that they would really prefer something like midnight.
But I thought he just told me they're permanently closed.
In the back. In the back.
Oh, in the back. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Minetta Street is permanent. We're talking. The gentleman's talking about the accordion doors in the front, which opens up to the Sidewalk Café.
Go ahead, Carter.
So I just had a question. I mean, there've been a lot of changes at this establishment over the years. And one of the things is that the kitchen was originally and has always been indicated as being in the southwest corner of the establishment. So it'd be the back portion of the southern building where the doors closed.
Carter, the kitchen is dead center. And we're not moving it. Everything that's there is existing.
All of the plans previously showed that area, that section is storage and kitchen. And it's never had patron seating in it.
I wouldn't know that.
On the Liquor Authority website. So I'm just wondering, because of that, if you're gonna have to amend the place of assembly permit, because it doesn't appear that all those connected areas, how they're all connected.
Well, on 103, which you're stating right now, the kitchen is going to stay exactly where it is on the plans. The only thing we are taking out is a storage room in the back, because we got to open up the fire door to the back and adding some seating. 103 is going to be below 75 people, so we don't need a public assembly. 105 is the side that has the public assembly, which is at 218, and that's going to remain the same. That's not going to change.
Okay, so you're removing the storage room then is what?
We're removing the storage room because we have to put the door back that was taken out in 19 something. I don't know when it was taken out.
Okay, great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else from the committee have anything before we move on? I don't see anybody, so I do see somebody has raised their hand. We can bring you forward, Chris. It looks like JB, James, Gerard, and Joseph. We get a number of people. Okay. So JB, do you want to go first?
Sure. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, perfect. So I'm the president of the 25 Minute Lane building. We are really concerned by this application currently. And the whole building even draw a letter to be strictly opposed to the 4 a.m. opening. We have kids here that are using sometimes the Mineta Street as a means to play. If we have some people from 9 a.m. in the morning to 4 a.m. The next morning, with alcohol, with 6 TVs, with 3 bars, with a liquor license.
JB, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be impolite, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, but they've already said earlier just now, they just said 2 a.m. It's not going to be 4 a.m.
Yeah,
hold on, JB. They also said that the doors leading to Mineta Lane or Mineta Street, however you want, is going to be emergency exit only with push. So there's not going to be people going in and out on Mineta Lane or Mineta Street. Everybody's going to be over on McDougal. Okay. So I just wanted to correct that. That's all.
Okay.
It'll be a push bar alarm. Maybe Mr. Jack Wright wasn't part of the conversation.
No, hold on. Stratus, you gotta let them speak, and I'm the one guy that can kind of cut in and try to guide things.
My apologies.
Go ahead, JB. I apologize for cutting in. I just wanted to clarify those things because I think those are things that are concerns of yours.
Yeah, but so still we're gonna, whatever it is, if it's 2 a.m., we have kids, we have people, and we want to have even on McDougal, you want to have outdoor space with chairs till midnight, according to what I heard today. And I think it's completely unrealistic with the current state of this neighborhood. We have a quiet neighborhood where people need the community to stay strong with the kids around. And so I think, and I'm strictly opposing, and my building, as I represent, are strictly opposed to that application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JB. So I have Gerard Summerer. Would you like to speak now? You have to press, there you go, go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Welcome to the neighborhood. I hope I'm on Minetta Street, 1 Minetta Street. Part of others here in the Minetta Block Association trying to support the neighborhood and represent it, be it in front of the community board or the city when it comes to other issues that are important to our neighborhood. One of the questions, a couple of the questions that I had, you answered in what you've already told us. A question that I have, will you also sell food for takeout?
Yes, we're actually going to introduce it to Landmarks.
Hold on, Stratus. That's a question that I'll ask you, but again, I don't want to go back and forth. I know this is a little different on the Zoom and everything like that, but let everybody speak. I'm going to let everybody speak, and then we're going to pose the questions to you, okay?
Okay, I apologize because I shouldn't have paused, and that prompted you.
No, it's not your fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's just you folks are not familiar with how I like to conduct the meeting. That's all. It's okay.
Very good. Thank you. Then in connection with that, I have the question or the request that you please look after the outside of your establishment and a little bit to the left and the right maybe as well. Because what we see in the neighborhood, there are plenty of places that have takeout. The remnants and leftovers of that we find all over the neighborhood. The garbage bins are overflowing everywhere. It's in the streets, on the sidewalk, and you want to have a nice and more upscale establishment where the outside is, of course, also a reflection on your place. And I hope you can also talk to your neighbors about this. But sadly, especially because Minetta Street and Minetta Lane are a little more calm, people that pick up food in the neighborhood have it in front of our doorsteps and stoops and nicely leave it there. And that's why I wanted to kindly ask you to consider that. I also believe that 2 a.m. hopefully is sufficient for you, and that in respect to what the previous participant said, that you take into consideration not just the vibe of the street and of the people who are guests, but also of the neighbors that live there. And it might not be your establishment, but it all adds up. So thank you very much. That's all the time I'd like to take.
Thank you. Now, Chris, are you here on this application?
Hi, yes, I am actually.
Go ahead.
Hey, sir. Hi, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. Obviously, I am pretty concerned about this application simply because I live directly across the street of the proposed restaurant. As you know, I've heard the applicant, and
Chris,
the thing is,
Chris, I'm sorry to cut you off, but when you say live right across the street, there's 2 streets involved. Which one?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I live at 14 Minetta Street, so directly across the street on the Minetta side. Does that make sense?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I got you.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah. So obviously, every building basically adjacent to this restaurant is either a single family or a 2-family home. And there's street level apartments, and there's 2nd floor apartments, and people have lived here for 30 plus years, and it's quiet. And I think as I hear the application, I think what's significantly different was Panchito's operated as a single level restaurant and for 40 plus years. And what I'm hearing is the formal dining of this restaurant is going to be completely in the back. The front's going to be fast casual, which is, so it's a materially different restaurant. And now there's a second entrance being open, which is being said is illegal, was illegal, yet they've never been cited for, and they operated for 40 plus years without one. And the second entry, even though it's going to be, they want to open it and they're going to put fire doors, there's still light and noise that's going to come out onto Minetta. And right now, you hear a pin drop. If there's people outside, it wakes up the whole neighborhood because you hear everything going on this street because it's that quiet, which is the attractiveness for everyone who's lived here forever. And so I have a lot of those concerns. And also, as I looked at the floor plan submitted versus what the application said, there's significant differences, right? it shows everything on one side, nothing on the other, yet the application talks about 70 seats on one, 195 on the other. So I think we're a little confused and concerned because it's not just you can't come onto the street. It's you're creating noise and light, and it's just going to change the fabric for everyone who's lived here and is addicted to this property. And also, I'd like to be sure that there's no commercial traffic, just because they're not going to put garbage trucks or anything on Minetta. And when I hear the applicant speak about 2 a.m., 2 a.m. is one thing on McDougal. There's no 2 a.m. vibe on Minetta, which is the attractiveness, which is why I would be definitely opposed for something that late, because that means people will still be in the restaurant after 2 until 2 making noise, and they're going to be all in the back on the Minetta side, not the McDougal side. So thank you for your time. I just wanted to raise those concerns as you contemplate their application.
Thank you, Chris. Ron, you also wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Ron Mandel. I'm an attorney from Belkin Burden. We represent the owner of 9 Minetta, which is the building directly adjacent to the subject of this application. We did submit a letter to the committee outlining our concerns. From the outset, we're not opposed to the restaurant coming in. We're actually excited about the thought that someone wants to invest in this community. As you know, Panchitos was there for a very long time. And that restaurant did not have any DJs, and it had reasonable closing hours of 11 p.m. Just stated before by one of the neighbors, it was more of the vibe of that neighborhood. We think that the proposed changes to the back, I'm happy to hear that the back of the restaurant, even if that extra door was added, will only be used as an emergency exit. We kindly request that if the board does issue an approval, that it include conditions and limitations in its approval, including that the Minetta Street frontage not be used as an entrance or as a main exit, only as an emergency exit with that push bar system which has been referenced. That there be no operable windows along Minetta Street. There be reasonable closing hours of no later than 12 o'clock. Again, if you're not familiar with Minetta Street, it's a very, very special place. It's 30 feet wide, which includes the sidewalks. As you may know, a typical New York City narrow street is 60 feet wide. So, the vibe along that, street is very different than McDougal. And to be honest, even opening up the windows at the back, which is not even clear why that's even needed, because if there's only a PA in one space, I'm not sure why they would need a second exit at the back, but it completely changes the atmosphere of the space and that street frontage. The street is landmarked, and I think that one of the justifiable features of landmarking that street was the look and the feel of it. And again, making the back of the restaurant so open to the Minetta Street homes does change the character. Lastly, we asked for another condition regarding no outdoor seating on Minetta Street. Again, in light of the character of that street frontage. The applicant's application and the questionnaire, I thought, was really confusing. I don't think it was complete. There were no plans provided. There was a plan from a prior restaurateur from years ago. So it's not even clear what's proposed at the back of the space or the front of the space. And also the assertions they made on this video chat are different than what they share with the community in the questionnaire and publicly. And so I think that should also be corrected for the public to understand the method of operation.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel. Just for clarification as to stipulations or conditions, I think that is exactly what I was speaking to with the applicants earlier. In terms of the use of the doors leading to Minetta Lane, they've already indicated that they're not going to be using those doors as an entrance for patrons, that they're going to only be using it for an emergency exit. And so the people going in and out of the restaurant, which is a fairly large one, will be going in and out on McDougal Street and not Minetta Lane. So they have also indicated to closing at 2 a.m. Now, that's another consideration in terms of a stipulation or a condition that they will, as it sounds, I mean, they're clearly going to agree to that. In terms of hours of operation on the outside, those are things that we can work with them on. But I think based on what is being said here, on the other side of the restaurant, the impacts are going to be greatly lessened. There's not going to be anything outdoors on Minetta Lane. It's not going to be any Sidewalk Cafe. There's no eating out there. There's no dining out there. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that, that's what this application is about. Even though it may have been confusing at the outset, our job here is to make it so it's not confusing. So anyway, I'm going to let other people speak. I have a Joseph Naftali. Go ahead, Joseph. And Stratus, if you folks could mute, I would appreciate it. There may be some background in your, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
Naftali. I'm a 47-year resident of McDougal Street / Minetta. And I welcome you to the community, and I wish you many years of success at the restaurant. But I am 33 feet from the back entrance of Panchitos. And I, as a former smoker, I just wanted to find out for clarity. You're talking about not using the back entrance on Minetta. I understand that. I'm hearing you completely. But I just want to make sure that it's not just a handshake. That is the board getting this in writing somewhere that is a emergency exit only. Okay, I see a thumb up and I appreciate that. I'm just, you know, it's nice to know that things like that will be in writing, because as a former heavy smoker, I don't want to see 20 people from the restaurant standing out on Minetta smoking and then flicking their buds in front of my window, or coming outside the restaurant. No offense, but I know a lot of people with money who are absolute shit people and coming and peeing on my window. So I just wanted clarity, and you've given me that, so thank you. And that's all I wanted to ask, was it's going to be in writing somewhere.
Thank you, Joseph. And just to clarify, what we require, at least in terms of our approval as a community board, our stipulations is a stipulation agreement. And it's a stipulation agreement that if you folks ask later on, you can get a copy of it. You can see it for yourself, exactly what it says, but it's designed, and we've designed it this way so that you can't say you're going to be a restaurant and turn into a nightclub. And if that does occur, okay, then what happens, and these stipulation agreements have come into existence over the last 4 or 5 years. And I explained it to many of you that are out there listening. This is new for you. You haven't been coming to our meetings in the past. And these stipulation agreements are enforced by the State Liquor Authority, okay? And so they will enforce them, and they have in our community. And so you know, the businesses, and I think Stratus can tell you, the businesses understand this, and they're not going to play the game, because they'll come after them. $10,000 fines are straightforward. Okay, so you know, bear with us and understand that if there is a stipulation agreement for this particular location, you will have an opportunity to have it for yourselves as well. Okay, and there will be communication in the future with the operator. I'm sure that Danielle and Stratus would be very willing to communicate if things do go the wrong way. And I will ask a question about smoking on the backside, okay? All right. So I'm having a little hard time. Okay, I got Christopher. Christopher, do you want to say something? Is that Paul, or I'm lost here? I get people get flipping around here. Is that you, Christopher? Go ahead.
I'm Christoph Hatter. I'm represent the owner of 9 Minetta Street, the building which is currently under renovation. And I just, Ron Mandel pretty much expressed most of what our concerns are. So I just want to keep it very short. We are very, very concerned about the proposition here of the way it was submitted, even so, and that's also concerning. There's a great inconsistency and discrepancies between the application on the one hand side and how it's being presented right now. It's like two different things, actually. So I just want to emphasize, I hope that at some point that is being corrected and absolutely clear to everybody what the plans for the future of this place really are. And then I have one question in conjunction with the emergency exit
leading towards Minetta Street, what are, in addition to that, the plans with the existing facade, which is currently still dressed up to represent the former Mexican restaurant? Are there any plans to change that?
I can answer that question, I think, based on what they've already told us, which is they've made it very clear that the backside is going to be fixed only. So there won't be any operation to windows or doors except for emergency exit only. So there may be changes to the backside, but they will have to abide by the Landmarks Commission. If there are changes from Panchito's restaurant decor to something else. But in terms of the stipulation or the conditions, they're agreeing that there will not be any open doors or windows except for emergency only, okay? Okay. Now, is that everything, Christopher? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have a Miss Dulac, is that right? Pari Dulac? Do I have you right? Oh, hello there. Go ahead.
Hi. I'm Patty Dulac. I'm president of the Minetta Lane and Minetta Street. I live in the Minetta Lane from 1985. For 16 years, I run the restaurant. And then now I live across the street. We have two white buildings, 12 and 14. We own it with my son, across the street of Panchito's and Minetta Lane. It is very mixed. The first, welcome to Greek restaurant in our neighborhood because I love that kind of food. I like the new owner and I like the restaurant owner, but they are very much confusion. They have article in the Post. They say they want to open 14,000 square feet, and I talked. They want to open 2 doors. I talked to the owner, very friendly conversation. He said he want to have more formal restaurant in the back, casual restaurant in the front, and then back open. I really don't understand that. I deal with the city, with Landmark, with the DOT. Bob closed that door. They have one emergency door. In the front, they are very, very wide. They can have 2 entrances for the casual restaurant and formal restaurant if they want to. But why we need to be open 2? Bob closed it. It's not grandfather anymore. It's become grandson deal. They closed it. Bob closed it long time ago. We have 1 exit and we have 1 entrance. If we want to do 2 restaurants, that's what when first time I talked to him, I told him, open 2 entrances in the front. In the back it is very narrow street. It's beautiful street. It's a landmark, and it is everybody come take picture. It's something they give New Yorker and outsider and tourists joy. We put a lot of effort in this street. We go to meeting, we put flower, we do a lot of things in the in Minnetta's, and we are very proud of it. We like a business because I had a restaurant, but it doesn't make sense. It's very, very confusing. Is 2 doors, 2 exit. Why? 1 exit is enough. I'm sure if they represented to building department at 2 restaurants, I don't know why the plan is. We don't need to have 2 exit on Minetta Street. I really would like that. We keep it like this little street like this. We're putting our life and our effort to keep this street beautiful for people come for many years to enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dulac. And I just to explain what they had indicated with those doors is that they need both of them because for fire egress, and that the 1 door should not have been closed way back when they did it. So again, these doors on Minetta Lane, Minetta Street are going to be fire egress only, okay? I just want to make that clear, okay? And Mr. Winter, would you like to say something? You got it there. I can't hear you. Go ahead, but I can't hear you. Go ahead. Try another way there.
Yeah, sorry, I
Gotcha.
double muted
Gotcha
there.
now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I also am a resident, a homeowner on Minetta Street, and so have many of the same concerns that have already been voiced. I'm also a member of the Meta Block Association board, along with some of the other speakers. So definitely supportive of, you know, an excellent establishment going into the space and upgrading sort of some of the atmosphere on McDougal Street. To me, that makes a lot of sense, and I'm supportive of that, but want to sort of reiterate that the back cannot be open in any circumstance except for a fire exit. And so I'd like the stipulations to additionally include that there should be no garbage taken out the back and no deliveries coming in from the back. I think those are important details to include in the stipulations. I'd also like to request that the applicant actually submit an accurate application, as others have noted. I think the plans and the application seem to have a stamp on them from 1990, which is quite a long time ago. So I think to properly review the plans and make sure that they're consistent with what's really intended here, that we see those. And I think it is a little confusing. I haven't had a chance to go outside while we've been meeting, but my recollection is that the the exit on Minetta Street is a single door in the center, actually. I could be wrong about that. Have to go check. So we just need to kind of get all that straightened out. And then I have a couple of other requests.
Mr. Winter, before you go there, and I apologize for cutting you off, we had the same question and we asked for additional plans and we received them as a community board. And what we can do is we can have those posted on our website.
Okay, very good.
Okay?
Yeah,
But there were
helpful.
additional plans because we had the same concern.
Okay,
as well.
okay, I didn't realize that. Thank you for noting
No, of course
that.
not. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, a couple of other considerations. If possible, when you do construct the new back door or doors, one of the issues on the street is we have, and you won't want this for your restaurant, people using that as a place to kind of sleep or sort of hang out, and in some cases distribute drugs. So if there's a way to have the doors be kind of flush with the street, so there's no kind of recessed entryway, I think that will contribute to your goal to upgrade the neighborhood, and we would be thankful for that. I also want to make sure, and I can't tell from maybe it's on the new plans, that there are adequate bathrooms, because one of the other issues on the street, which I think is probably primarily some of the other establishments, is that we have a lot of people coming around the corner and urinating on the street, on walls, and in some cases people's windows. So it would be important to make sure that you have adequate bathroom capacity and you don't contribute to that problem, although I don't believe your restaurant will be the main contributor. I think it's more, honestly, Off the Wagon and Grizzly Pear and the pizza place that are the main problems in that regard. So just a few thoughts to throw into the mix there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winter. Now, I want to make sure that I've gotten everybody. Is there anybody else that has not spoken from the public that would like to speak on this one? And if you are here, if you could raise your hand just to make it clear. Okay, I got James.
Hi, how are you?
1 second, James. If there's anyone else, please raise your hand. You can do that, and that way we know you're here and you would like to speak. Okay, go ahead, James.
Thank you. I'm a resident at 25 Minetta as well. Right now, you know, since the reopening of restaurants, we on Minetta Lane have been dealing with jazz bands and all sorts of issues from, you know, another restaurant. The quality of life here has degraded. We don't need another place coming in and contributing to that. Panchitos was a good place. They didn't have a DJ. They weren't open excessively late, and they really weren't a problem in this neighborhood when they were open. I'm not going to repeat everything that the rest of my neighbors have brought up here, but you know, the application submitted came in with the 4 a.m., 7 nights a week, the part-time DJ. You know, I would appreciate seeing it in writing what we're actually going to get here. and that this isn't going to be a stealth club or a stealth bar, because that's what people have tried to do in the past on these blocks.
100% understanding that, James, believe me, we have seen it as well. And that's what these stipulation agreements are all about. And we will make sure that if it's requested, we'll provide everybody with a copy of that agreement if it gets to that point, okay?
Yeah, thank you. And again, let me just echo, 2 a.m. is too late. If this is going to legitimately be a restaurant, midnight, like the rest of the restaurants around here are closing. We have enough late night shenanigans happening on our streets because we are the quiet, easy place to hide when you want to sell drugs, do drugs, and just, you know, act like a general idiot.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate you coming down or speaking, okay?
Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Okay, I don't see anyone else, so I'm gonna stop the public session at this point.
I'm sorry, I can't find the, forgive me.
No problem.
I cannot find the hand.
No problem, Jerry. Jerry, do you have the ability to turn on your volume or to turn on your video?
I can and I can't, so it'll take me longer to get it on than it will for me to
Okay. So,
ask some questions.
I'm glad you piped up, Jerry. You go ahead.
My wife and I have been here for 37 years coming. And what we're primarily concerned about are the transmutation of the block into a retail block. And all of the noise and the other accompanying problems that go with large crowds and public assembly permits are anticipated and experienced, even from smaller restaurants. Somebody just mentioned the fact that there are bands that are courting the restaurant trade by opening up their combos on the sidewalk and going for several hours, in all opening hours in the middle of the night. We're very concerned about the noise leakage and the adequacy of the soundproofing. I mean, we've done that on our other properties, and we're familiar with the threshold of difficulties these kinds of large public assemblies bring forth. And we're particularly concerned about deliveries, and I think Nick Winter mentioned this very, very, very well. We would like to make sure that no huge vehicles make Minetta Street into the delivery conduit and destroy the rest of our trees here. And I don't want to run over all the pieces of this, but the double entrances in the back, exits in the back, are concerning from a soundproofing point of view as well as everything else. But if they could certainly be pushed flush with the facades of the building to exclude the kind of camping out that takes place in that little cubby, that would be great. And we would really requite it in the highest. So I think that if the representations about what the restaurant intends to be are true, and I have no reason to doubt them off the top of my head, it should be very, very congenial to have you on the block. And we're great fans of great restaurants here, and with our extended families. I think that everybody else has brought up all of the points that I had aside from this. I'm wondering whether there's a stand-up. Is there going to be a stand-up bar, anything comparable to what's going on in Off the Wagon and those kinds of establishments where people are walking around with drinks?
Are you talking about outside?
No, inside and outside. I mean, is there going to be a crowd of people who are ambient with their drinks on the inside, like there are, for instance, in Off the Wagon and the Prickly Pear and those kind of places?
Well, that's not going to be part of their method of operation, and that's not you can't just have people drinking outside of your establishment, Mr. Zimmerman. And if you see that, you have to make a 311 complaint. You have to identify those. But you can also make a complaint to the state liquor authority. But those are things that are not permitted. That's not part of the outdoor dining rules and regulations. You can't just have people drinking on a sidewalk. Okay, it's also open container. You need to be seated. Okay, so we have not gone through any of the outdoor seating that this establishment may want to seek, but they would be following the set forth by the city of New York for outdoor seating.
Jerry, are you talking about standing inside or standing outside?
I'm talking about standing inside because there are 20 seats in the bar as stipulated. And I'm wondering about how that justifies two 14-foot runs, maybe. Presently, there's only one bar, and it's a 14-foot stand-up bar.
Yeah, but
people
Jerry,
don't actually.
What they're saying is they're going to be a fine dining restaurant. Okay, they're not saying they're going to be the Grizzly Pear or the other establishment you speaking of, which are very different.
That's our fear. That's our fear. And
yeah, I understand that. So the method of operation is what we've been talking about here. This is very different. This is a restaurant, and the stipulations will define it as a restaurant. The stipulations will say we will not be a sports bar, a nightclub, things of that sort. Okay, and those are stipulations that can be enforced at the state liquor authority if the conditions are in place, and if they don't, they decide to be something different than a Greek fine dining restaurant.
There are 6 monitors in there, video monitors, that I notice on the application. So I'm just asking, that's somewhat parallel. May I ask somebody whose purview this is about the management of cars, because Minetta Tavern, which is only open till 1, has strings of limos and cars that drop patrons, and they park on all of our curbs, which are hollow in some cases. And it says that there's no management of autos and that's what I saw in the application anyway.
I appreciate that you bringing up the TVs. I will ask that question. And in terms of the parking, that's something that is very difficult to put into a stipulation. If there's no enforcement of people parking on sidewalks and things like that, that is certainly part of the equation in determining public interest of a liquor license. But those are things that are very difficult to enforce. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
We know.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Living in these small streets in the Greenwich Village, it's very difficult.
All right, I'm wondering if there are some resources. That's all. I'm asking the question. I'm fishing for resources.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I just, the problem that I have is I do want to move on with the application.
Please.
That's kind of going down a rabbit hole for me. So
thank you. Yeah,
I'd like to focus in back on this application if I could. I apologize.
Yes, done.
Okay. All right. So did I get everybody? And if not, please raise your hand. I think I got everybody, or speak out. Okay. So I want to go back, Stratus, Danielle, and I forgot your name. I apologize.
Basil.
Basil. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So there were a number of questions, that were brought up, and I was hoping you guys could answer those questions. And if you want, I can pose them to you, or I can let you do it.
Yeah, you can pose them to me.
Okay. So
regarding operations.
Okay. So in terms of DJs, so just make it absolutely clear to everybody, the concept of a DJ is for background music only. So there will not be entertainment level music inside the establishment.
Correct.
Okay. And then in terms of smokers, there won't be smokers on the emergency exit side of Minetta Lane because the door would go off and an alarm would be sounding on Minetta Lane. Would that make sense?
Yes, but one of the neighbors had a very good point. We have to also control our employees. Our employees are not allowed to be on Minetta Lane smoking. Our employees will have to find another area where if they want to have a cigarette, they're not going to intrude on the neighbors. I do this right now on Nassau Street, and I'll tell you, let me show you something what I do. I go across the street while I have 100 seats outside, and I've actually put these by Pace University, which is my neighbor, because I'm a very good neighbor, and I'm very concerned about quality of life of being a father of 3 children. So the neighbors will see that their concerns are going to be minimized because I take a lot of attention to making sure that we're not intruding on their quality of life. I've done this for 35 years, and I understand how to get the job done.
Okay. So then in terms of garbage and deliveries, no garbage or deliveries on Minetta Lane, that would be something that you folks would agree to, stipulate to?
Correct. All deliveries will be at the front the same way Minetta Tavern does it. I see their Pat LaFrida trucks showing up. We use the same vendors. So yeah, everything is, I would never intrude on such a quiet tree-lined block. I see it already.
Okay.
And trust me, I had a great relationship with the lady, the president of the block. We had a great conversation, and she's really funny. She's like, "Oh, I Googled you, and I'm so excited to have you." But I know she got upset when she saw 2 doors. And tell you the truth, I don't want to do a second door. It actually takes away from 2 tables, and it's quite expensive to build another storefront. And I wish I don't have to do it. So I'm with you on that, Pari. I don't want to open a second egress. I don't. But the Department of Building controls that. And I'm with you. If we could get them not to approve it and leave it the way it is, I'm with you. But I have to do what's legal with the Department of Buildings.
Okay, so, and then in terms of TVs, there was a mention of a number of TVs. Would you guys?
Yes, the TVs right now are two TVs at each bar, which equals 4. And with that, they're no bigger than 24 inches.
Okay. All right, so
I think 30 inches max. I forget what I have at my bar right now, but it's just to watch a sporting event. I don't believe fine dining and TV should be so intertwined. So I really don't want you to see them, but people want to see a sporting event. People want to see, and right now it would be the debates, But
okay,
obviously we have social distancing going on right now.
So you would agree to 2 TVs per bar, no greater than 46 inch in terms of diameter?
No, you could go down to 30, yeah, whatever.
Well,
I don't want to
is going to be pretty small. So I would
yeah,
say
we don't want
32.
we don't want big TVs. We're not a sports bar. I'm not going to be a sports bar. I've owned nightclubs in my life, and when my kids were born, I sold them. I don't want to be a nightclub owner.
And there will be no sound on the TVs, right?
No sound.
Okay, all right. And then there was another question I got was DBA. Would you guys agree that only 1 DBA? You're not going to have 2 DBAs for the space?
Basil, I think Danielle, I think only have 1 DBA.
Yes, it's only 1 DBA for the space.
Okay. And that's
and we can update the plans. Because I don't know what plans were submitted. We did it quite
the plans
fast.
are updated. They have the correct plans. The first ones that were submitted were the old ones, and then we resubmitted them 2 days ago, I believe, with the new plans that show all the fire doors and stuff.
There you go. Okay.
There you go.
Correct plans, yes.
There you go.
Okay, so we've taken a long time on this application. It's pretty important. I just want to go through some of the conditions and stipulations because we're going to be providing you folks with those tomorrow, and I want to make sure that or Monday. I'm not sure when we're going to be able to get to them, but I need to know exactly what the agreement is going to be, and so far I have 2 a.m. 7 days a week. Is a closing hour. And when we talk about a closing hour, our stipulation says that's a hard closing hour. So in other words, no patrons left after 2 a.m.
Yep.
I just want to make sure you understand that. And when we talk about background music, there will be a little asterisk saying the DJs will be fine, but only background music, meaning there's no entertainment level music. There won't be sports bar. There won't be lounge, tavern. You'll be acting as a fine dining restaurant. That will be your method of operation. that the back door areas will be emergency exits only. There will be fixed facades on Minetta Lane. That in the front of the building, we still haven't fully discussed the Sidewalk Cafe hours and the closing of the front doors on McDougal Street. We'll get to those, but there'll be also things in terms of garbage and pickups and deliveries, and that's how it's going to read in terms of our stipulations. So in terms of the doors on McDougal Street, you're saying that you need them open till 11 o'clock. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, are you saying that the accordion doors for the outdoor cafe?
Yes. In other words, often the cafe can be open till 11, but the doors, we just, it's a double whammy when you have the doors as well. But I'm suggesting 11 p.m. as a compromise.
I mean, I've spent quite a bit of time out there, and I see a lot of doors open up and down McDougal Street at 12:30. I don't know why we would have less of the opportunity to have a good business and provide a good product. And like one of the other neighbors said, yeah, we've been down there. We put the wood up because there were drug addicts sitting in the porch back there because it's a vacant building, and they were literally doing heroin or some kind of intravenous drugs. And we're the ones that kicked them out of there and put up the wood boards so they wouldn't sit on the step. I'm telling you now, and I'll represent it, is that we're going to be a big plus to the neighborhood, and we're going to do a great operation that I hope the neighbors will, embrace us and enjoy our product. But I will tell you, why would I close my doors at 11 when next door neighbors have it open at 12? So I'd like to have the same accommodations that they have.
Because that's not.
Go ahead, Cormac.
That's not how the system works. I mean, what other people on the street have is an important contextual element for us to decide, but to look at and say, well, what is the impact of this, to it? Will it make it a lot worse? Will it make it a little worse? But it can cut both ways. On the one hand, it's like you're saying, oh, well, they all have their doors open, but the other hand is that one could easily make the argument that that's one of the reasons why we have to stop letting everybody have their doors past 11. There are already so many of them.
I don't see how we're going to affect the quality of life by having the doors open on McDougal Street.
I'm speaking now, sir.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Cormac. Sorry, Stratus, if you could just hold back. Thanks.
This framework that you're laying out here, that it's like that because other people have, then I deserve, is contrary to not only to how we always do business, is contrary to what the law requires of us. We need to consider your unique situation at the place. So if you want to make the case for later hours, we speak uniquely to why your place and its contribution will have later hours. That would be really useful for me.
Okay, thank you. And so, Donna, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. I wanted to ask if there was going to be any signage on Minetta Lane or Street. It's Minetta Street, I believe.
I believe that there is a rendering. We're only doing cosmetics, and it's all natural color and earth tone, and we're changing the canopy obviously to our name, but we're not doing anything that wasn't there before. We're just doing a cosmetic change.
Okay.
And I believe recently there was some kind of fire that I saw up on the facade, so we're going to repair all that as well.
Okay. Then the other question I have is back to one of the issues that was raised with the standing bar, because I do see you have two standing. It looks like there's a standing bars across from the big bar in what
no,
I
there's
think
there's a bar in
there's
a bar on 103 at the fast casual part of the restaurant.
Right.
And then there's a bar when you go 3 steps back on the 105 towards the back. There's another bar there, and that will be true. That will really only be open around 5 o'clock on for the fine dining part of the restaurant.
So there's no standing bars in that area, because it looks like it.
I don't follow what you mean by
bar.
standing bars. Those are both full bars, and there'll be bar stools. So I don't.
Right.
I'm not understanding the question. I'm sorry.
Well, I guess because the question is when I'm looking at the plans for the bar that's in the formal dining, that's the larger bar.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at the plan, to the right of that are two long things that say standing bar on the
Those
plan.
are not bar, those
No,
are not
no,
bars.
those are partitions like a pizza counter. Those are partitions to break up the
Okay.
dining room into the bar.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So
Oh,
it's
now I understand. I'm
partition.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a divider to break up the bar area from the dining room.
But you will still have two televisions at that longer bar in the formal dining area.
It might be one. It's just there for like sporting events. We don't want people that are in a fine dining establishment, thinking they're in a sports bar. That's not what we are.
Well, right, but okay. Then how many seats are in the Sidewalk Cafe area?
You're asking me. I'm not sure.
I believe it's
what was there?
If I remember correctly, it's 24, I think. But I'm not sure. I gotta see the plan, and I don't have it in front of me right now.
Okay. And then, with the outdoor dining that's going on now and the roadbed seating, I want to make sure that under those conditions, you're not planning on using Minetta Street for any of that?
Oh,
at any
absolutely not.
And did you have some plans for roadbed seating on McDougal?
I mean, I'll do whatever the Department of Transportation allows us to do, like everybody else. But whatever they allow us to do, I'd love to put, a deck the way our other restaurants do, left and right.
So that will be okay.
I mean, I'd love to have it. I actually have it in my restaurant now, and it's been a huge success. Especially with social distancing, we don't know how long this is going to last.
But even if you were allowed to do it on Minetta, you're not planning on doing it at Minetta?
Absolutely not.
So you'd be willing to stipulate to that?
I will sign to it tomorrow. Tonight.
I'm glad to hear that you're doing well.
Thank you so much. It's been a very hard year, but at least we got, with the outdoor decks, we hired 60 people. And, thank God we're back to 2019 numbers, which I never thought I'd say in 2020.
Wow, that's impressive.
Thank you. Just nice to see all my staff back.
I cut into you, Donna. I apologize.
It's okay. I think that covered my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else in the committee? Because I think we did it. Stratus and Danielle and Basil, I need to know who is your lawyer? Who's the person that's
Terry Flynn.
Terry Flynn. So the stipulations go to Terry Flynn?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. And I appreciate it very much. Anybody else before we move on to the next application? I know this is an important one. I just want to make sure. Okay. Thank you very much, guys, for coming down and presenting. I really appreciate it. And it's nice to hear, Stratus, that you're doing well on the other restaurant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you,
And I'm
everybody.
excited to meet everybody. You're going to see that we're going to be a nice addition to the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have the final hours for the Sidewalk Cafe?
Well,
Oh, hold on. 1 second. Can you pull up the, let me pull up the plan 1 second on my phone. Give me 1 second.
Well, it's not so much the plan, it's the hours.
Oh, the hours. I don't know. That's at Stratus.
I mean, I was suggesting 10 and 11, but I'm just saying that the open doors until midnight and the open Sidewalk Cafe, I mean, the outdoor dining currently closes at 11. So if there are people out there after 11, they're violating the rules, the current rules.
Correct.
And,
Correct. But that's going to change once we go to 100%, hopefully in the next 12 months.
Well, the outdoor dining is still 11 p.m. That's not going to change. So anyway,
I just do want to go back, Bob, because I just want some clarification. So you're not willing to close your hours at 10 p.m. like every other single licensed premise on the block? Nobody is stipulated later than 10 p.m. I just want to make that clear.
To close our restaurant at 10 p.m.?
No, the front doors, so they're not propped open.
You know what? If that's a stickler point, you know what? Closing the doors at 10 p.m. If that makes if you think that that's going to help, we're just trying to be good neighbors.
Well, I mean, that's what we'd like you to lead as good neighbors on this. And the problem is it's mostly the
So we'll take Robert's first.
Doors open.
We'll just agree to 11 and be done with it. Because again, if somebody calls me and says, hey, there's too much noise on McDougal Street because of the doors, I will be the first one to close them at 10 o'clock or 10:30 or whatever. I'm not here to disrupt anyone's quality of life.
Okay, because
That's the answer.
unfortunately on McDougal Street, what it becomes is a race to the bottom. It's their doors. It's their doors. That's what you hear from the licensed premises. I used to live on McDougal Street. I'm very well aware of what goes on there. And so it's a part, it's just this, the more people that are setting a good example, the better the street is. And right now with outdoor dining, it's really becoming very difficult, I think, for a lot of people, the noise level, but everybody understands very much that it's incredibly important to the restaurant industry. So I think that's, just to go back to what Cormac was saying, it's just really important that there is a semblance of some sort from the licensed establishment, particularly you guys who coming in at a different level than most of the other businesses on the street. So it's just important.
And Katie, you have your hand raised, but I mean, do you really have something important? Because I do need to move on.
I just want to say to Stratus that my support of his application would be highly enhanced by by following the 10 p.m. closing of the doors. I just want him to hear that from a committee member.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate that. Everybody, I think we did it. Again, Basil, Danielle, and Stratus, thank you very much for your time and coming to present. And we appreciate the fine dining Greek restaurant in our neighborhood, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Next up is going to be Gotham. If you could raise your hand. Gotham Restaurants.
I think they're there.
There we go. And start.
Is that you? Is Brett?
This is Brett. Yes. There we go.
Great, Brett and Donald Bernstein. Anybody else? Anybody else, Donald?
I think that's it. Kevin Conrad's listening in. He's my partner in this venture.
Okay, great. Go ahead. Why don't you introduce yourselves and tell us what the application is about?
Well, first of all, thank you all for this opportunity. My name is Brett Sensitz, and I have been at Gotham Bar and Grill for the last 13 years. We closed with the pandemic, and I am bringing it back to life, hopefully, in 2021. So this is an application to change of ownership. My former partners have willingly and with full support given me the name, and my plans are to reopen it as it was for 35 years before me.
Yeah, hi, let me add to what Brett said. So it's a new application. The restaurant has been open for 35 years, since I think, around 1984 and 1985. So it's grandfathered. It's not a 500-foot application. It's really been a fixture in the New York restaurant scene for many, many years. And I think many people were saddened that Gotham Bar and Grill was going to close. So Brett and Kevin have been very fortunate, and they were able to negotiate to take over the name, and they'll be calling it Gotham. Be signing a new lease. It's built out. It's ready to go. It's going to be the same restaurant that has been there for 35 years. The closing, just so you have it, is going to be, it's going to close at 1 a.m. 6 days a week and midnight on Sunday, I think is what we had.
And Donald, are you indicating that you wouldn't agree to the stipulations that define the method of operation as it's presented?
Did I say that? No.
No, because I think you said it had been there for a long time, and
well, it's not. It's not a 500-foot. You can propose stipulations, and
okay,
we'll consider them. But yeah, I mean, we would sign stipulations, but it's not a 500-foot rule application.
I appreciate that, because I really do. And I think the conditions or stipulations would be exactly what's being presented.
Yeah, no, we would sign that.
Okay. Anybody from the committee have any questions? It doesn't look that way. Oh, go ahead, Cormac.
I just, Donald, just one question is, just so when you say the operations, everything is the same as it has been, that includes, for instance, the occasional live music and the hours till 1, that's the way it's been, right?
So the live music is just on occasion. It's not on a regular basis. So, and Brett can correct me if I'm wrong, but what they have is on occasion for brunch, they'll have live music. It's not going to happen every weekend. Certain holidays, New Year's Eve for sure, they have live music. But other holidays, maybe they'll have a jazz quartet, a jazz trio, something like that. But it's not on a regular basis.
Yeah, if I may, it's been the same that we've been doing for the past 10 to 15 years that I've been there. It's New Year's Eve, we do have live music that does become entertainment for that final hour. And just to also speak to the 1 a.m. closing time, typical evening at Gotham is over by midnight. On the occasion of New Year's Eve, typically it is 1 a.m., which is why the application has a 1 a.m. time. But it is a relatively early evening at Gotham closure.
Thank you.
And Brett, is the music mostly jazz, or what are we talking about?
It is almost always jazz music. 3-piece. Sometimes it's a solo guitarist for Valentine's Day. And then New Year's Eve, they do play a mix of some, I don't want to call it pop, but sort of like classic rock, so there is some energy on that evening. But every other evening or event that is done is pretty mellow.
I think we all wish you luck.
Thank you.
You bet. And thank you very much for coming down.
Thank
you. Okay, next up is going to be 178 Bleecker Cafe. If you guys could raise your hand, this is 178 Bleecker Street. I need to take a 2-minute break before we start this application. I apologize to everybody, but I just need to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll move on, okay?
Could everyone who's with the 178 Bleecker Cafe, could you raise your hand so I could bring you forward? Okay, I think we all ready to start again?
Is it mute or not mute? Okay, I start video, right? Okay. Hi.
Hold on a second here. There you go. Ms. Chen, is that
Yeah,
right?
it's me. Hi.
Are you the only one here on this application?
I think my client is here. I saw his name.
Okay.
Liang Wei.
Yes, yes.
You mean chat
I
with
see
him?
him.
Oh, he's,
Yes, I'm here.
oh, he's here.
Okay, Mr.
Turn on
Wheat,
your video.
Yes.
can you turn your video on?
Let me try.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Mr. Wheat, you just muted yourself. There we go. You have to unmute yourself. Unmute.
Mr. Wade,
There
yes,
we go.
you're good, you're good.
Okay, so why don't you both introduce yourselves and tell us what the application is about, please.
Okay. My name is Hong Chen. I'm represent 178 Bleecker Cafe LLC. I used to live in the neighborhood, 99 Bank Street. I love Bleecker Street. I always walk down the street. My client just had a brand new building and established there. It's brand new. We got a CO 2017. He's one of the owner of the building. Now he wants to open a restaurant. Basically, it's American food as shown on the menu. And he has a partner who runs the like a restaurant very well, and they were joined together to open this restaurant. They give themselves, the landlord gave them a very good discount about the rent. They just start to do the renovation, and you could notice in his neighborhood, a lot of stores are empty, vacant. So basically, during pandemic, this is a good addition to the neighborhood. He wants to open a restaurant, and which is very good to everyone. And he has a nice backyard, which is not big. It's a garden, 100 square feet. And he wants to open also a Sidewalk Café. It's a small restaurant, not big. The maximum number will be 60 seats there. He has one bar, which only 16 seats. Standing bar, but recently during pandemic, we have to keep social distance. We don't have so many people there, so it's under construction, actually renovation. We don't open until maybe next year, February. We got a permit. His architect drawn the picture, drawn the plan for him. So everything on the move. Any questions for us, or the owner is here, as well as one of the shareholder landlord.
Great, that's great. I guess, what experience does Mr. Wee have in running a restaurant with liquor license?
Oh, well, personally, I don't have a restaurant experience, but my partner has a substantial experience, and she's also operating a restaurant with a bar on currently on East Side. And that restaurant, too bad, is closed. So she's going to join me to run this restaurant. And my our intention is to try to get it open next spring. And we got the permit. We have the right CFO from building department, and also from the landmark commission. Currently, we are doing a renovation. There are going to be two restaurants, one for the lady, one for the gentleman. And we propose to have about 60 seating inside. And
go ahead. I
yes,
didn't mean to...
and we the menu we propose will be a new American.
Okay, are you going to be managing the restaurant? What is going to be your role?
Oh, I'm going to co-manage with my partner.
And your partner is who?
It's Athena okay. Home.
And is Athea is going to also be on the liquor license?
Oh, yes. She's I believe she's currently holding a liquor license on the Lower East Side restaurant.
And I guess in terms of the backyard, I did see the certificate of occupancy that you presented with your application. And I appreciate you bringing that forth to us. I don't see that certificate of occupancy allows for a restaurant in the rear yard area.
I see.
Yeah, and so I guess one of the questions that I think I and other members of the committee would have is that something that is that backyard area, you know, we generally require the permit to be in place before access can be used to a location like that. This is different than a sidewalk cafe. This is a backyard area. And I just want to find out whether or not that's critical to your use of the space as a restaurant.
Well, personally, I don't have restaurant experience, so I would say it's not really vital to our restaurant business.
Because I mean, you know, generally speaking, I mean, this location has never had a liquor license before, so
Right.
it's a very first time,
Yes.
and so we would be viewing all the different aspects of it, and one of them is, are the permits in place? So yes, there is a permit in place for eating and drinking on the interior, but we do not see it on the exterior or the rear yard. It's not designated, it's not specified. That has nothing to do with the Sidewalk Cafe. So you know, I'm reading everybody's minds on the committee at this point, and that's going to be the main issue. That's going to be the main issue because there is no permit for that use, and so we generally would frown on that. Is that something that you could keep out of the application as it's, you know, is that something that you're willing to keep out?
If it's really that, you know, if the community is against that idea, that, you know, I would follow, you know, everybody's rule.
Okay, and I, you know, go ahead, Ms. Jen.
Okay, we could do some minor changes to our application. We did not submit yet until we meet you guys, and you have no objection, we'll submit. If you want us to change something, we'll change.
Okay, yeah, and that would be something that we would request and require, actually. Now, if you got a certificate of occupancy that said something different, if it said, oh yeah, if it did, then that would be a different story on our end. Okay, all right. We would still review it, and it would still be important because there are certain impacts that occur in a backyard versus, you know, out on the street or on the sidewalk. And so, but in any event, you're willing to do that. I appreciate that very much. So, Ms. Chen, you know, when we do present stipulations, it will indicate no use of any outdoor space except for the Sidewalk Cafe, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, just
so let me make sure. Sidewalk Cafe, if we get the permit, we're still allowed to use.
Correct. And before, right now, there's an open restaurants, you know, that is allowed till 11 o'clock. And if you self-certify, you can also obtain that. That's something different. What we're talking about is a Sidewalk Cafe, which will likely exist after the pandemic is over and we go back to DCA. You need a DCA approval. So you would still have to go back for DCA approval. All we talk about here is the service of alcohol and what time would that be ending. And that's what we discussed in the last application. And we indicated that generally speaking, around 11 o'clock is when we request that the outdoor dining end at the Sidewalk Cafe. And if you don't have any open doors or open facades, so, you know, to that extent, we usually require that they be closed by 10. You don't have that situation here. So in terms of Sidewalk Cafe, is 11 o'clock something that you could live with?
I understand.
Okay, is that okay? I see that I'm going to open it up if anybody else has any questions on the committee. I see Cormac Flynn's hands up, and then Donna as well. Go ahead, Cormac.
Yes, I'd like to know if you could describe a little bit more about the operation, what you have in mind. And I'm going to be transparent about why I'm asking, sir. Because first of all, and thank you for coming. You seem like a very fine man. As you say, though, you haven't run a restaurant before. Your partner on this application, who is not appearing here tonight, Athena Hom, runs Rumpus Room, which is a discotheque and bar open till 4 a.m. that is known for its very loud atmosphere that spills out of the place, and for its bottle service, and for all the things that we really try to avoid in the community. And although this is Bleecker Street, I'm going to be clear where, you know, Bleecker Street does tend to be open late. I mean, I noticed that you're looking for hours at 2 a.m. that are much more aggressive than the restaurants on either side of you. Old Tbilisi Gardens, I don't have their licenses here, but looking at online, they close at 10:30 and 11:30. Hello Saigon next to you closes at 10 and 11. You know, so with nothing personal to you, sir, I'm looking at an application being put in by somebody who is an expert in nightlife, notorious for their notorious and loud place, and seeking very late hours. And I just want to feel safe about what it is that we're actually getting here. So could you explain in some more detail what the concept is? Talk to us about the menu, talk to us about the atmosphere, about the level of music, and so on and so forth.
All right, I understand you concerned about the music. So the idea of the music we are going to present will be soft background music. And it's a mix. All right, and
right.
About the menu, we already presented over to you. You'll be, you know, like New American style. So, and we are not looking for like, you know, the other applicant, they are looking for up to 4 a.m. We are only asking for up to 2 a.m. if it's possible.
Now, you asked for quiet background music, you say, but then I noticed your application was then subsequently changed and you're putting in a jukebox, is that right?
On the application, I believe we submit with only a background music.
Jukebox got, it looks like written in a different hand afterwards.
Yeah, I don't think he's looking right at the application, but the jukebox is circled.
No, I'm just checking. I mean, are you going to have a jukebox?
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to have it. But music won't be allowed.
So explain to me. I get you. So explain to me now in terms of the evening, because I'm trying to understand the need for the 2 a.m. hours and things. What are your seatings going to be? Like, how do you anticipate like the hours of the seating? How did you get to the 2 a.m. time?
Oh, it's from my partner point of view, based on her experiences, that on the late hours, especially in our neighborhood, there could be a lot of customers coming for a late night super and with a soft drink inside.
Right.
That's why we design a menu. It's a light menu. It's not heavy menu, but to accommodate the late hours customer.
And it's based on Athena's experience, I see.
Yeah.
And is there a reason Athena couldn't appear here tonight?
Oh, she doesn't feel well because I mean, she just just doesn't feel very well tonight.
She didn't feel.
I mean, since 2 days ago.
Okay. And thank you, Bob.
Yes, thank you, Cormac. Katie, do you have a question?
I do. Oh, yes, I do. Trying to get the mute situation here. I'm looking at the plans for the restaurant, and I'm trying to understand some doors that seem to go from the restaurant into the residential building hall. I see 2 doors that do that. Can you explain to me?
Yeah, there are 2 doors. All right, the main door will be the entrance door used for the restaurant. It's the door coming from Bleecker Street. And the building department will require a second egress. That's only for access only. Emergency exit, that's through the common lobby. That lobby, that corridor is used for both commercial and residential tenants. That's the exit door, emergency door. We are not going to use that for customer, ingress. They're only for egress, emergency exit.
I see two of them. I see
Yes,
one
that's
near Bleecker Street and one near the elevator. Is that, am I looking at that
That is
correctly?
correct. That is correct.
Okay, but they're emergency. Do they have push bars or?
Yeah. Yes, they're push
Yeah.
bar from inside.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Cormac.
And what about though this other, so, I mean, I see the entrance to Bleecker, right?
Right.
I'm also seeing, oh, that's the resident, I see. So this is the entrance. So when people enter the first door, right?
Right.
What is that staircase to their left?
I cannot hear you. Maybe.
What is the staircase as people enter?
Right.
The commercial entrance.
Right.
The staircase on the left.
Oh, okay. That's going down to the basement. That's a separate unit.
Okay, I see. All right, thank you.
Okay, Donna, go ahead.
I see there's a VIP room in the back with no seating. So could you explain how that's used? And the other question I have is, where is the jukebox in the plan?
Oh, the plan doesn't indicate a juice box, but the juice box will be in the I should say in the back.
And then
And the VIP room is, you know, it's only for instance, like if they want to have like a small area for private party or, you know, private gathering use.
So is there seating in there on a regular basis?
No.
I don't see any chairs in there. So normally that would not be used?
Yeah, no, normally that would not be used.
Okay. And will you be selling, aside from bottles of wine and champagne, would you be selling bottles of liquor?
Bottle of liquor, we have cocktails.
Bottle service at the tables?
Yes, bottle service on the table, yes.
With like buying a bottle of vodka or buying a bottle of tequila or something like that?
No, I mean, we go by the menu.
Okay. I think that's my questions.
So it's bottle service of what? Just wine and beer products?
Yes, just wine and beer.
Just wine and beer products, bottle service.
Right.
Okay.
And just to follow up, you know, in terms of the diagram, that table and chairs, I think that you were looking at, Donna, looked like they're the ones on the outside that they were, no?
Yes, you're correct. Those are what I'm looking at, but right before you hit that little room there says VIP. That's what I was questioning. Yeah, it's a VIP. I went and got my.
Yeah, how did you see that?
I also just want to get a clarification. The
Sure.
doorways that lead into the residential hallway.
It's not a residential hallway. It's the entrance, common entrance.
I see. So people who are entering through residential, they enter in through the door that is to your left on Bleecker
To the
Street,
left, right.
and then they go up the stairs to the residential.
That's correct.
And while they're in that space there, they are in space that is open to the restaurant.
Well, they cannot get into the restaurant.
They cannot. Okay.
They
so
cannot.
this-
They
those
cannot.
doors,
Because there's a push bar. That's an emergency exit.
That's what I wanted to see.
Yes,
It's a
yes.
push bar door. Okay, thank you. So, and that, when you say it's push bar, it's like a fire alarm. If you push it, it goes off, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Katie.
So Donna, thank you for pointing out that VIP. Now I see it. So there is a bench in that VIP room.
Yeah,
and
yes,
then
yes.
so then the idea is that people would be standing. Other people would be standing in that area. There would be some people sitting, but other people could stand.
Yes.
And is that where the jukebox is going to be, in that area?
No. That won't be. The juice bar will be further front, where near the you see the kitchen. There's a kitchen area located in the middle section.
Oh, between the two. across, there aren't too many places to put it, but maybe across from that opening against the wall. And is there a counter across from the kitchen? It's very hard to see here.
Yeah, there's a counter, it's bar counter.
Yeah,
running
I
along.
see that now. Yeah, I have to blow it up more. Okay. Station there. Thank you.
Okay.
What we don't have is any occupancy for that VIP room. That's a little bit what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, the overall occupancy will be regulated by building department, civil, certificate occupancy.
Right, but your diagram needs to have something there. If you're gonna have something in that room, if people are gonna be in there, you need to have chairs or tables or something that shows on the diagram.
I see, okay, yeah, we can follow up with it.
Yeah, if you could, I think that would be important.
Of course, yeah, of course.
And the other question I would ask is, do you have to have 2 a.m. Monday to Saturday, or could you be more in line with the neighboring restaurants that Cormac was pointing out and close at 11 or 12 Monday to Wednesday or Thursday and 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday? Is that something you'd be willing
Yeah,
to do?
we can accommodate. We can accommodate with the neighborhood, yes.
So Monday to Thursday is to 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. You just mentioned.
11 p.m.
11 p.m. Okay. And Friday, Saturday will be 2 p.m. or 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
Okay. I will make changes.
And Ms. Chin, you have Florence's email so that things can be sent through Florence to you.
Okay.
Are you going to be involved in the stipulations if they're sent to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions before we move on? I see none. Thank you very much, Mr. Weed. Oh, go ahead, Carter. I apologize.
Yeah. So do you also own the basement?
No.
No.
So that's also listed that it's going to be an eating and drinking establishment.
Right.
Is that the plans of the owner?
In the first floor.
Well, first
No, I understand, but it's the certificate of occupancy state that there's going to be a separate business in the basement?
Yeah, that's what the occupancy called for.
Are they applying for a liquor license in that space?
No.
Are they going to?
Well, personally, from what I know, they don't. Because they did not find a user yet. It's vacant.
So basically, we've got a new building that's going to have, the potential for 2 new restaurants in it in an area that already has a ton of establishments. And even though right now, obviously, businesses are not doing very well, generally, once a place has been licensed, it's not undone. So we have a net add here of 2 eating and drinking establishments on the overall basis, which is also, if people aren't coming back, it's a big challenge to the existing businesses. I mean, meaning if tourists and office workers aren't coming back. So I'm just a little bit concerned about that.
And if they are, it's a net 2 on an oversaturated strip. So.
And it also notes that these places can also have entertainment on them, which is another issue, is the quality of life aspect. So I'm just bringing that up for. And you had also said that the occupancy is regulated by the Department of Buildings. That's true, but right now it's limited to 74 or less, which doesn't require any additional permits. But if it's increased, it would, and that's why just some concerns. And it looks like you have your second egress, which you're not required to have, but nevertheless, that second egress is going out through the residential hallway, and so that's just a lot of different things going on here. And for that second business, you'd have to enter into your main entrance in order to get down to the basement. So, and I don't think also that you could even have a sidewalk cafe, because you don't have exclusive control over that passageway that leads into the basement. And even though it's a small area, once you lose that exclusive control on the interior of your building, it creates some issues there on whether you could have any outdoor seating.
Yeah, but only it's a condominium.
I understand, but your front door entrance is the same front door entrance as the basement establishment.
Yes, but on the condominium bylaws, it specifies that.
I understand, but you wouldn't be able to.
Exclusive use by the first floor.
But you can't share your use with another premise to access your Sidewalk Cafe.
He's trying to explain to you, Mr. Wee, that there could be a complication in the future with this location with regards to the Sidewalk Cafe. He's just trying to tell you that there could be complications with it.
I understand.
Okay.
Now I understand.
Yeah, so you know what's going on. I mean, this could happen in the future if there's another place that comes in.
Because you had indicated that you want to have outdoor seating.
So what you're saying that I might not be able to get the permit for outside seating?
Exactly, because we very rarely see this type in this community board that you would have this. This is something that probably is more consistent with sort of Midtown, where you might have an upstairs and downstairs space with a door, that they share, but it's not something that I'm aware of anywhere else in the community board that you'd use the same door on the front of the building to access two different premises, two different eating and drinking premises on the inside.
I guess.
In that event, let's say in the future, our application for the Sidewalk Cafe was rejected by the DOT, then we have no choice but just inside.
Well, I mean, right now DOT is self-certifying. We're going to put it right in this application that you don't have exclusive control over the corridor to go outside to the business. The only exemption now is municipal exemption. That's for the sidewalk itself. That's the only thing that's granted to other businesses at the liquor authority. And that's the only way that they're allowed to serve into the roadbed seating over the New York City sidewalk. But in this particular case, you don't have the right of way to the sidewalk. It's not exclusively controlled by you.
I understand that. I appreciate your education me on this. So I'll keep in mind that at the time of the apply to a DOT that just.
Well, I mean, you can apply, but I'm just telling you now.
I understand.
This is the type of thing that is problematic. And also, I mean, the fact that I don't even know, I mean, the committee has to discuss it, whether, this is in the public interest with the hours being later than the surrounding businesses, the fact that it's on top of another built out eating and drinking establishment. There's a lot of different issues. The fact that it has a rear yard. I mean, there's a lot of different things going on here.
I understand.
And on top of that, what Mr. Flynn had brought up.
I think if this space, the basement space, rent out, it maybe takes a while, half a year, 1 year later. However, when they apply for a liquor license, they come to the community board, and we could discuss that time.
That's true, but the presumption is, I would think that it's going to be if it's in this area.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 years later, and when economic change, it will, but who knows?
Okay, I think we got it. Anybody else have anything? I don't see that, and I'm going to move on to the next application. Thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is going to be David Sewell and Michael Ryan, new entity to be formed, 131 7th Avenue.
No.
We got David and we got David. We got two David Sewells.
Hi, guys.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm Jordan. I'm me, Mike, and David are the partners.
Okay. Is there anybody else besides the two of you?
We have Mike, but he's right.
I'm right here, guys.
Okay, great. All right. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves, especially since we have two screens that say David Sewell on them. And
you want me to turn mine off?
But when you introduce yourselves, we can figure it out. But go ahead and go ahead. It's your turn. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is David. This is Jordan Andino. Michael Ryan is here as well. We have been in the hospitality business for 20 plus years, and we own the brand Flip Siggy, which currently resides on Hudson Street between Charles and West 10th. We've been there for 5+ years. Due to our landlord providing no response to our needs during the pandemic, we've decided to close our business and open again at the old Otto's Taco spot on 7th Avenue South. As you can imagine, the past 7 months have been extremely difficult, but we are very proud to say that we never closed, and we remained a pillar for this community, providing great food during the shutdown. We also made our mission to give back, as we provided over 3,000 meals to our frontline workers in all of the boroughs, including Jersey. Our concept is proven, and we have proven that we work really well with our new block association, the 7th Avenue South Chair, Brooke Schooley, our community leaders, and also our local precinct leaders, Raj and Evan.
Okay, and who else? The gentleman that is also on the video screen.
So this is Jordan's our chef. Our brand is a very chef-driven concept.
I'm sorry, George.
Jordan.
Jordan.
What's your last name, Jordan?
Andino, Andino.
Okay, and all of you are working at the location on Hudson Street?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I guess there were a few things that that came up during the summertime, and we received a number of complaints with regards to the establishment on Hudson Street. And I wanted to find out from you guys how you were operating out there, back in June, and before June. If you could just provide a little bit of a statement as to how you did operate, May and June and July.
Robert, I'll tell you, it was really difficult because we were literally the only spot that was open, except actually Starbucks closed on March 17th, and they didn't reopen for a couple weeks. We lacked the leadership from the city and the state as to what we were supposed to do. I'll never forget that Friday when they passed our ability to serve booze to go. And there were literally so many people in the street because no one else was open. And the local precinct came to us, Raj and Evan came to us and said, Dave, Mike, Jordan, you need to be policing people out front of your spot. We're like, oh, what do you do? So we put shields on, I have a family, we all do. And we went in the street to try to mitigate this crowd, make sure everyone was 6 feet away from each other. This was the very beginning. But I will say this, is that we set the standard. We were the only people open on that street, and we actually made other people do what they do now. And we were the ones who put tape on the sidewalk to separate people to step up in front of our spot. It was incredibly difficult. I mean, we have a 450 square foot spot. I have maybe 6-7 employees, and we have all been safe. No one, knock on wood, has gotten sick because we've taken this serious since the beginning of March. And yeah, that was, long story short, that was us. It's been a ride, but we learned a lot about our brand. We learned a lot about our community, and we've been there from day one for the community. And we want to continue to be here in the West Village. Unfortunately, our landlord just hasn't been there for us.
Well, we got a complaint that you guys had a stand-up bar on the sidewalk. Is that correct?
You know, there is so many, to be honest with you, there's so many stipulations and rules that have been in effect after they've been in effect. You know, how do we produce a certain product to people coming up? That's always been the issue. Like, and I'll make the example in the open restaurants. I was the first person to apply for that permit. And someone came in and said, you can't have a tent. Okay, well, who said that? It wasn't in the stipulations. I got Department of Transportation coming up telling me that I can't have a tent. And it said nothing about that in the rules. And the guy said, well, they're just telling me to tell you that. I promise that that wasn't the case. That we've done our best to stay by the rules as we were given from day one. And myself and Jordan have been there on property ever since this thing went down March 16th.
Just wanted to jump in for a second. So you're saying that at some point it was permitted that you could have a stand-up bar on the sidewalk?
No, it was never that.
Okay, and so I'm pretty sure that it clearly said you could not have a bar on the sidewalk from day one.
I agree with you. But what we serve is a calamansi lemonade, which looks like I guess a jug of whatever, a jug of liquid, but that was never served outside on the sidewalk. Like let me clarify. We were trying to do our best to limit the exposure of people walking up to our establishment. And given basically a bucket of Cokes, waters, etc., that somebody could purchase and grab, like that was really what we were trying to do. Because like we didn't know, we wanted to make sure our staff was safe, number one, overall. And at the time, no one knew. There wasn't any leadership here. No one was telling us what to do. So that was our main thing at the point, was basically a grab your own Coke, water, that kind of thing.
But David, I mean, the governor hadn't even put in phase 2 for New York City that even allowed outdoor eating and drinking, and yet we were getting complaints that there was music, speakers, outdoor bar, people congregating on the sidewalk, people congregating in the bike lane. I mean, this is all before phase 2 even started in New York City. I mean, are you saying that you didn't do any of those things?
Well, I'll just tell you this, Hudson Street's very unique. There's a bike lane, but we can occupy the roadway on the other side of the bike lane. It is a very narrow block. We have a restaurant to our right. We have a post office to our left. And then we have 2 other restaurants to our left and Cowgirl to our right. So for our major complaint came from across the street, and, that came directly to us. Look, I believe that the complaints came cyclical. I think that anyone that lived across the block, they're elderly, they're sitting in their apartment, and that view that amount of people on a street just to walk up, like waiting in line for the post office or waiting in line for ready to eat, waiting in line for us was a hardship. I totally agree that this whole thing, we did our best from day one to be a community leader and how this whole thing went down.
And speakers outside is being a community leader?
Look, we've had our door open. We're literally trying to, that's something that isn't on any kind of list, right? But we have to have a door open because I have to have air coming in and out of the restaurant. Number one, we have to make sure that our employees stay safe. So if there was leakage coming out of the establishment, because we're trying to set some sort of whatever, like like.
We close at 9.
But I mean, we closed literally, I'll never forget this because of all of the stuff that was going on with White Horse and everything else. Like we started closing at 9. Like, you know, like I have a family. I don't want to deal with the young kids coming down the block. Like, you know, I don't want to stand outside telling a grown man and woman to like, look, like I have a shield on. Instead of being with my daughter, I'm gonna tell you like, you're not 6 feet away from anyone else. Like, but that was the main thing. We closed early when we could have made more money later because I didn't want to deal with it. We didn't want to deal with it, and we wanted to be a good patron for the community.
And did you guys receive any citations or violations from the New York State Liquor Authority? And if so, how did you treat or how did you deal with those?
Well, anyone that came to visit us, we directed them straight to Terry. That's what I've always done that. You know, the SLA is brought on many different city agencies to help regulate many things. I've been visited probably by every agency known to man to make sure that we were in compliance. But again, we were the only ones who stayed open on the block. So.
And when you say Terry, you mean your lawyer?
Yes, sorry.
That's Terry Flynn?
He's not here right now. He's not here tonight.
Okay. I'll open it up to other people if they have questions. I see some hands up. Donna, you go first.
I just want to say I have photographs that I took myself from May 24th where the place next door to you was open and the stands were all outside and the place next door didn't have anybody outside. They just had a bench that had 2 people sitting on it and they were doing takeout and delivery. And in June, it was more elaborate with the tent and the speaker outside and 4 people hanging out under the tent, laughing and drinking and not moving away and not just quietly waiting for food. And you also had the chairs in the roadbed and you also had chairs on the curbside. So I just want to say that because I personally went by walking the neighborhood and have pictures of all that.
Well, Donna, I'll just say this, like we've been working directly with the precinct because there's been rules and regulations that have been followed by certain people that we seem to be on the top of the list of being looked at. Like example, you know, Cowgirl, which is our restaurant next to us, they've expanded their entire seating all the way down in front of the 2 blocks in front, like right next to us, right? That wasn't okay when I applied for open restaurants. They told me no. They said, you know what? I can only be in front of the building that I actually am in front of, right? And they came and told me to shut down all of that. But then immediately when they started doing it, like it was okay. So like like Mike and I and Jordan have been there every day to receive any sort of complaint and to tweak and go from here and there and the other. We're just trying to survive. We have been. Unfortunately, Hudson Street is not this place for us. Like our landlord thinks that there's a different world out there, and it doesn't mean that, like, it doesn't make sense. We think that the 7th Avenue South spot is a better place for us. It's more of a quick, casual location. The years of like a small space, it's gone. Like this is like, I think that the Otto's Taco spot is the new age of every restaurant right now, to be honest with you. And that's so sad. So to answer your question, Donna, like every day was a different day. And we were responding.
Wait, I'm just sorry, I couldn't hear what you said about what is the new world today in terms of a restaurant. I just wasn't clear what you said. Could you just repeat it?
No, I'm saying the new age of a restaurant is a quick casual service restaurant. Grab and go. It's a grab and go spot. If you sit down, like maybe a year from now, people will feel comfortable to sit somewhere, but it just doesn't exist anymore. You know, we have created QR codes that people can scan and order from remote. We were the first people on the block to put a box in the
contactless
out front that had no contact. And it's still like it is a fight every day. I truly believe unless something changes, the sit down restaurants are kind of dead.
Okay, and I have Katie, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Bob. I take exception. What the guy who's in the blue top, is your name Michael or Jordan?
David.
David. Oh, he's Jordan. Oh, I see. Names are the correct. I think you should not be making ageist remarks about people living across the street, old people looking out the window. I think that that's something that you should not be talking about. God willing, in this terrible time, you will become an old person sitting in an apartment looking out the window. I hope that happens to you. But as you said, it's a time for survival. I am very threatened by walking by your restaurant. It is not a safe place. I live in the neighborhood. It is not a safe place for me to go, and that is awful. I can't walk on your block because there are too many people, and it's a danger to my health. And I'm not the only person with that issue. And looking at pictures on the internet, not taken by you, but taken by other people talking about what you're doing, you're on the sidewalk, you were selling things, people were happy about it, I know, but it was not a safe environment. And I've been waiting for you to come because I've been concerned about your table that you have out on top of the hatch for a long time. And we've discussed it in our committee as to whether that's actually allowed. But you're going to be moving on from that space. You're going to be going to the old 3 Live space, which is now the taco space. It used to be a bookstore. There is a Sidewalk Café there. You don't have to go over a hatch. So I hope that works out. Your food is good. I'm not saying anything about the quality of your food, but we all hope that you do well, but we hope that you have the right attitude about the safety of everybody in the neighborhood. We want you to be safe, and we want you to think that we should be safe, okay? I'm giving you a little lecture because it's very important. Both parts are important, our livelihoods and our health, okay?
David, may I say something?
Go ahead, George.
Yes. So Katie, thank you for that, and I fully concur with you, and Bob, addressing you and Donna as well. Those pictures in the past, and as David said, and just reinforcing that was us at times just trying to make the best of what was a terrible situation, trying to be safe while balancing the economics of the business as well. And as someone, I was me personally the one delivering almost all 3,000 of those meals. I just want everyone to understand that I take COVID very seriously. Katie, what you said about it being unsafe, or that's how you feel walking, on our side of the block. I would apologize for that. And but I will say it was a meeting for me, Mike, and David every single day since the onset of the pandemic that we tried to adapt and change. We heard a complaint, as you guys have already brought up, and immediately we're like, okay, how can we fix it and how can we be more safe the next day? And then we tried to fix it, and then and maybe someone else complained, but just understand that it was difficult for us, and we did your safety and our employees' safety was about the most important the entire time. And as someone who delivered those meals, it definitely was it hits home. So my apologies if that's how you felt, Katie.
Thank you, Jordan.
Hey, Bob, I just wanted to follow up on something.
Go ahead.
So you have or you haven't received any violations?
So we have received violations, and Terry can speak to those.
What was it for?
Our violations were for social distancing, which I can look at the list on the SLA website of all of the spaces that have been violated.
Yeah, but I'm asking about you. I know you enjoy talking about the other businesses, but we're talking about you. You've already identified. Hold on a second, David. Hold on. You've already identified yourself as a leader on the block. So we're looking at your behavior and not at others. So you received violations for social distancing. How many times have the police come to your establishment and asked you to turn on music? Over 20?
I'm not sure about the music. I'm just sure about the social distancing.
Okay, but would it be out of line to say it's over 20?
I'm not, no, I don't.
And were you guys operating in past midnight in this last week at your
no.
establishment?
Never.
Okay, because that's their complaints received by the police department. They seem to be visiting you every other day.
Well, we have been a target, as we said.
Who's been targeting you?
Well, we do have
It's not every day.
you know, we do have people that don't like the brand. I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
You think it has anything to do with the fact that you've got music outside and have had it for multiple months?
Carter, these questions, like I'm not, like I don't have the answer to that. I'm not. No, the answer is no.
You don't think so? So you guys have been following all the rules as you've become aware of them?
We've been doing our best, Carter.
Well, but what I'm asking you, because you're moving to a bigger place with a bigger outdoor space, and we're going on your character in order to do that. And everybody on the committee who's walked by your establishment at one point or another, you're not in compliance. I mean, that's what we're looking at here. And the evasive answers, I mean, that's not helpful. And you've identified yourselves as leaders. And so we're trying to figure this out, you know, whether going to a bigger spot is really a good idea.
Well, I think that we've been leaders in a environment where there's been little leadership across the board.
But I think the police department's been providing leadership to you by coming over.
Yeah, and we've been very responsive to anything that's come our way. Very much so.
20? Okay. There's a few people.
That's excessive. That number's excessive, Carter.
There are a few people that want to speak from the public. I'm going to give them an opportunity now. Ms. Clark, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I am here to oppose this application for many of the reasons that you have just stated. I'm afraid that the applicants are talking about they sound like they're talking about the past. I walked over there last night and there was music coming out of a speaker over the door into the street. There was very little distance whatsoever between the tent in front of the building and their street structure. It is still a very difficult place to walk past and be safe. It is loud. I remember in the past, especially during the sort of pandemic street parties of June and July, that the place was filled with drinkers. I'm sorry that Elizabeth Szabo could not be here today. She is around the corner from this place, from Otto's Tacos, the place that they would like to move to. She has sent you an email and I urge you to read it. There has been no outreach whatsoever to that community and that she is right around the corner. I don't believe that the outreach to the 7th Avenue South Alliance really is relevant because they did not approve it. And also the proprietors of Flip Siggy told them that they were not selling takeout drinks, which is of course during May, June, and July, which is of course just not true. I'd also like to add that Otto's Tacos was an EB license and they are asking for an OP. That's a major change. This has not only has it's a major change for that location, and it is a large location. No outreach to the community. People who are right there, I told them today that this application was coming up. They had heard nothing from the applicants. So I don't think that these applicants have been good neighbors. And frankly, I think they would have to do an awful lot of work with the community to convince anybody at this point that they will be good neighbors. The previous proprietor here, Otto, did work with the community, and everyone here is very sorry that he is gone. Again, I urge you to read the email that was sent to you earlier this evening from Elizabeth Szabo, who could not be here because she had to go, but was very concerned that you listened to what she had to say about this experience, her experience there. And given the history on Hudson Street, I don't want it over here. I can hear that place. I urge you to deny. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Paisley?
Thank you, Bob. I am going to second everything my friend Leslie has said. First, about this particular location, as Katie Bordonado said, this was the original location of Three Lives Bookstore, which is now down the street, obviously unlicensed premises. There's been people who have come and go since then, but Otto's Tacos had a beer license, beer and cider. And beer is very good with tacos. It's kind of a natural combination. I see no necessity for a full license for something as casual as tacos unless you want to turn a place into a bar. There is and I have to say that these applicants did in fact speak to the head of the 7th Avenue South Association. She has been in Dutchess County since the pandemic started and really has only limited awareness of what's going on down here. Hudson Street, as we all know, is just chaos. This is a particularly chaotic block, and the establishment there that Mr. Sewell and his colleagues have been running is a major contributor to the chaos. I don't wonder that his landlord's not happy with him. I don't wonder that the police department visits regularly. It has had no effect upon him whatsoever. There are very clear rules that have been reiterated ad nauseum. This establishment has today, this afternoon, has curbside tables that that do not permit the 8-foot passage that you're supposed to have. This afternoon, today, there is sound blasting from a boombox. This is not a pleasant block to walk on. And I personally usually go on the other side of the street, but I went today to make sure that what I remembered was correct. I find Mr. Sewell's contemptuous attitude towards old ladies offensive, excuse me. And I have not heard anything about the Sidewalk Café itself. There is nothing that I saw in the plan. Perhaps I missed it. But his present sidewalk tables, which shouldn't be there in the first place, have no barrier. And the experience we have all had with sidewalk tables, even ones that are within the rules, is that they ooze out over the open space where they're not supposed to be. I live off 7th Avenue South. I walk by here every day just about, and we do not want this kind of operation over here.
Thank you. And I have Miss Sable. Are you here?
Yeah. Hi. Well, hi, everybody. And thanks to Leslie for mentioning I quickly emailed my comments, but I got back on time. I wanted to join tonight's meeting. It was quite sudden to me and to all of us over here around the corner from Otto's Tacos. It sort of blindsided us. There was absolutely no community outreach on this. So this is especially challenging because the tenor and the presentation of Flip Sigi seems to be, quite dramatically different from what Otto's Tacos was. And firstly, and not for nothing, Otto, I think Leslie mentioned, Otto did tremendous outreach to all the neighbors and residents close by. And we worked very carefully. He was very attentive. And we came to agreements about how to support him while he supported and protected our quality of life. Now, when I've walked by, I have a lot of business that brings me to the post office. And when I've walked by your location, first of all, I've really wanted to try your food. I haven't yet, and I can't wait for that. But I've been very upset about the tenor and the atmosphere of your presentation to all of us. You have this music blaring, and I don't have to go into all that because all of you had, but this would cause tremendous stress to all of us over here. We live on a quiet residential street. Otto's is right next door. Otto, if you want to emulate what he presented to the public as a commercial establishment, his focus was strictly on food, and he was famous, and it was fabulous. His tacos were delicious. He had simply a beer license. So if you wanted to go in or take out, if you wanted to get a taco or anything absolutely delicious out of their place and a cold beer, that was a great choice. But it was not focused on what it seems you guys had been trying to create, is this feeling of a vibe, an atmosphere with loud music and sort of a place to be kind of thing. That was not that. And if you wanted to bring all of that over to the corner of 10th and 7th, it would cause a lot of problems here. And we really don't welcome it. Now, if you want to just be a taco place, and if you want to serve some cold beer inside or out and manage noise and don't have music blaring, we would all welcome you. We want good food around here. But if if you really want to transfer what you've got going on over there now, we're a bit upset about it because you didn't make any attempt to reach out to us. And
Sabo, I think we got it.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I think you made yourself very clear and precise as to what your objections and concerns are. I didn't mean to cut you off, but
I was ending anyway, so thanks, Bob. I appreciate it, and I hope we can work something out.
Okay, great. And David and Jordan, and if you want to respond, I'll give you that opportunity.
So I just want to say I apologize for anything. If I offended anyone earlier, it wasn't the case. Our main thing is we are 85%, actually closer to 90% of our sales are food. It's been that way since day one. COVID changed everything because no one could get a drink on Hudson Street. And food was still king even during that time. We look at Otto's Tacos is a very similar spot to our spot on Hudson Street because of that case. You're looking at Jordan Andino. He is a young celebrity chef. He is probably the most premier young Filipino celebrity chef that's on TV right now. It's been that way since day one. Mike and I hired him for a spot we had in the Hamptons that was strictly a seafood spot on the water. And he excelled tremendously, and it's become who he is today. You can check out his following on Instagram, but it's solely about food. If you look at our Instagram feed, it's solely about food alone. And that's why we think Otto's would be a good spot for us moving from Hudson Street. As we know, it's always been a weird street. It really has since day one. For grab and go. Right? For grab and go, it really hasn't worked. And especially at the rent that our landlord wants to have. We are not doing anything to change the space. We're keeping it identically as what Otto's has currently. We're putting in equipment there, but the layout is staying the same. The speakers are staying the same. Everything's staying the same. Unfortunately, we can't afford to make that big of a change anyway, as everything nowadays seems to be on our pocketbook in regards to new outdoor spaces, new heaters. I'm sure there's gonna be a spec on a new heater that we're gonna need to have out front very soon. Anyway, that's my statement.
And very quickly, just to add on to that, David, everyone, I do feel that with the pandemic and what COVID has brought specifically to New York, And like I said, after delivering it, a sense of community has definitely been heightened. And it's something that I've come personally just to realize as well with Mike and David. And although there may have been hiccups along the way, I personally would love to know in depth and, in detail, in person, socially distanced, of course, or even via Zoom calls, like how and why someone like Otto, or whoever the proprietor was of Otto Tacos, was such a good leader in the community. And if it takes a staunch conversation and honest conversation and time with each and every person that's taking the time out of their evening to join us here, then I'd be happy to do that. So I just want to say that I'm here to do whatever it takes to be even more a leader in the community and continue to upkeep communications as well. And I know Mike and David are as well.
Okay.
Who's this?
I'd like to quickly add that we'd be very happy to meet with you. We'd talk about stipulations or anything like that.
That's Elizabeth Sabo is
all right, so Elizabeth, it's not the time right now. Okay.
I thought he was responding to me.
No. It's so.
Okay.
No, if you want to have another conversation with him, you're more than welcome to do that. But we just need to finish this up. Valerie, you have a question?
I had a statement.
Okay.
This is a quick one. Jordan and David, right? My name is Valerie De La Rosa, and I'm the chair of the CB2 Reopening Working Group, and I've been listening in along during your testimony and from the neighbors as well. I just wanted to let you know that our group hears you, and Donna and Bob are also part of that committee as well. So we do hear you on the guidance not being very clear, and your comments about the heaters and the winterizing and how that guidance has not been fully updated yet. Please know that we hear you and that we are working to find better ways to disseminate that full information to operators like you. We do have a meeting on Tuesday the 13th that's about the Open Restaurants and Open Streets Restaurants program. So just wanted to let you know that I hear you on the guidance being everywhere. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Bob, Robert, can I say just
Yeah.
one thing? Like, I looked on the website. I reached out to Florence, as we've been in regards to Hudson Street. We've been involved with everyone that's there. I reached out. There's two separate block associations there. One is Brooke, which was the chair, and the other one, the number that's posted doesn't exist anymore. And granted, like, I should have followed up even more, and I emailed Florence to see if there was another number to follow up with someone, but that number, when you call, then it doesn't exist. And I'm not, again, I should have followed up even further, but I did speak to Brooke, and we had a lengthy conversation about moving or about taking over the Otis spot and being a part of the new community on 7th Avenue.
Okay, I just have one last question, then I'm going to put an end to this. So, David, Jordan, you had indicated that your focus is about food and such a small portion is liquor. Would you consider beer and wine at the Otto's Tacos location?
Robert, part of us is it's really just a margarita. Like, I think that people assume, just like you go into Chipotle, right? You can still have a margarita with a taco burrito. Like, it's been our goal since day one. When Jordan said, what kind of concept do you want to create? I said, you know what? The only way to take on Chipotle and to be as big of a company as they are is to create a brand that has actual, like, some sort of brand. Chipotle has nothing. So I assume that when people order a taco and a burrito, they want a margarita, and that's really all we really sell. Right now we have a frozen one, and it's a calamansi margarita, which is a Filipino margarita. That's kind of it. So it's important.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, with that, we're going to put it, Donna?
No, we're not putting it to bed. The Sidewalk Cafe.
DCA approved them for 25 seats out front of Otto's. So, I mean, right now, open restaurants are we're gonna fall to that, meaning like we're gonna do what they have put in front of us. But that's what we would apply for, which's been approved in the past.
And what sort of hours let's just pretend normal situation.
Well, we thought, Hudson Street dies at 9. Like we thought it would be later, but it's not. Like, when you open a business, like you try to put everything forward. I think that anything around 10 o'clock is reasonable, like with an outdoor cafe. But if it's dead, like we're gonna close it. There's just no need to. Because we're food oriented. We're not trying to cause, I'm just trying to sell a burrito here. We're not trying to cause any sort of anything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, we need to move on. We have one more application. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And last but not least, we're going to do Grupo Gitano, the outdoor restaurant. If everybody could raise your hand, come forward. Okay, I think we got everybody. There's Mr. Bernstein. And you're with somebody, Mr. Bernstein? Who are you with? There we go.
James Gardner should be here.
Okay. I see Ben.
Ben's here.
I do not see him, but we'll keep looking. There, okay. James? There you go. You gotta unmute yourself, and if you can put your picture on or your video on, that'd be great. There we go.
James.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. So go ahead, Donald.
Thanks,
introduce everybody and move forward with the application. I'm sorry it's taking so long.
Yeah, so Ben and I are here on behalf of Gitano, and James Gardner is
Shoot,
the
I
owner
can't
and
hear.
operator.
Hold on, Mr. Gardner, you can't hear?
I can't hear.
Yeah, no, we can hear you, but you can't hear us.
So maybe your computer. You may have muted your computer.
Turn on the volume.
Turn the volume up. Volume up.
I can't.
There we go. Perfect.
Hello. Donald, I can see, but I can't hear for some reason.
James, did you mute your computer before?
He muted the volume.
Muted. I'm going to call back in, okay? Let me call back in.
He has to turn his speakers on.
We can hear him. He can't hear us.
Yeah. He's got to turn his volume on the computer.
Yeah, sometimes the computer has a volume switch, and that could be it.
Got turned off.
Let's see if we...
Hello.
There we go.
Hi.
You hear us? You hear us?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry about that.
Okay. All right. So you've got us here for Gitano, which is the outdoor restaurant and tropical garden with an entrance on Grand Street on Varick and 6th Avenue that has been operating now for 3 seasons under
I'm sorry, Donald, I'm sorry to really cut you off before you even started. We have a question right at the outset. We found out that this is on the State Liquor Authority calendar for next Wednesday. Is that this particular application, or is it something else?
Yes, it's this one.
So before we even start, would you guys agree to put that over so that we can actually review the application and send in, it's going to be at least 2 weeks because we have a full board meeting.
I'd have to speak to Jim about it, and I'm not saying yes or no. I have to speak to him about it.
Yeah, well, that would not even allow us an opportunity to be heard.
You're hearing it tonight, and you're voting on it tonight. I understand your concern. You're asking me a question. I can't give you an answer.
All right, you know what?
Yeah, the New York State Liquor Authority requires us to do it by tomorrow at 12 o'clock. So the only thing we can do is send a letter saying, we just heard this last night.
If you want to confer with your client, we can wait.
I don't know. We can make a decision that fast. I think what I'd like to do is, unless Jim is.
Well, we'd like to have a commitment from you guys that we can both request.
No, but you're asking me something that's kind of important right now, and I'm sitting home and James is home.
But this is the application that's before us right now.
I understand that.
And we like to just have that out front, what the plan of action is here before we move forward with it.
Yeah, I can't agree to that now. I have to speak to James, and I'll speak to him later tonight or tomorrow.
You know, the thing is,
frankly, I don't want to do that under pressure while I'm about to present at 10 o'clock at night.
Well, this is the same application, Donald, and you're denying us the opportunity to weigh in on it.
We're not denying you anything.
Yeah, respectfully,
if it's heard on Wednesday.
We did send a 30-day notice in August.
why should the committee even spend its time tonight listening to the application?
And when was the date of the notice?
Weigh in if you're just making this some sort of like weird mummer play or something like that, or
Cormac, we sent you the notice. We sent you a notice in August.
We sent the 30-day notice in August, and at the same time, because of the time period that you guys require in your stipulations, and because of what it requires James to build up for a fourth season, we had to send a letter to the SLA to ask them to consider it. We haven't put in our renewal application to the State Liquor Authority. We're merely asking for the State Liquor Authority's opinion on what's going on here. So, I mean, it is a little bit different, but we did send notice to you guys in August, and we're only now being heard in October. And I get that you guys have time limits, but it wasn't any sort of gamesmanship or anything like that.
Yeah,
it was just based on when we were putting in the application.
Yeah, you can't pin this on us.
Well, we have signed stipulations from you on this, and that's why we'd like to consider this in a manner in which we know that the discussion that we're having is going to be something that can be ultimately provided to the Liquor Authority so the board can provide them with guidance.
We can present tonight, and this committee can vote.
But this committee is not the board. We can't present that to the Liquor Authority.
It's a difficult situation.
You're asking, the request here is you're asking us to unwind something that you had made a condition of your license, your client had, with respect to, this is the ultimate final last year that this would possibly operate. And so that's what you're coming to us, and we cannot change our recommendation on that without the full board weighing in on it.
So when this was presented in 2018, and I only can read the stipulation because I wasn't counsel at the time, it was presented as a 2-year arrangement because the property was going to be developed. So that was all that was available. In fact, the stipulation says that should the use for any reason be extended beyond 2 years, we'll notify CB2 3 months in advance of the filing of the renewal application. So it was clearly contemplated at least that there was some possibility, whether it was remote or whatever it was. Last year, we came back because the development of the site was delayed. So we requested a 3rd season, which Community Board 2 did not recommend approval of. State Liquor Authority heard the application, approved the last season, which is this season. We did not expect that there would be an opportunity. I think everybody would probably almost prefer that there was no COVID and the property was developed and there wouldn't necessarily be a 4th season, but we're in a different world. And as a result of COVID, there is now the opportunity for another season. So that's where we are. And this is important for us to know at the outset because we've got 22,000 square feet of furnished space that we either have to dismantle permanently or prepare for another season, among other reasons. So it's important for us to know early on, which is why we notified you in August and didn't wait till November, December, or January.
Okay, so you guys can't wait 3 weeks until the next hearing?
I have to speak to James about it, and I can't do that now under the pressure of having a meeting in 2 minutes.
Okay, because I mean,
So I like what I
we
suggested.
understand your concerns, but we also want to just point out, in the spirit of Elaine, who's no longer with us, that you promised her that all the plants would be trucked down to Florida or wherever so they'd live, and said, you know, that wasn't the case. So I'm just bringing that up because she would have brought that up. And, you know, so when you're talking about winding down the space, I mean, you know, these are physical things that you're not going to be unwinding it within the next 4 to 5 weeks, or even 6 weeks, right? I mean.
Hello, Carter. How are you?
Well, thanks, Jim.
Hello, Carter. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. It's good to see you all again. We actually have, I would like Donald to present our position. We have some of our neighbors on the line. They've been waiting for 3 hours to speak to you as well. So we'd like to present, and then maybe, Carter, we can regroup afterwards on the plan. But let's go ahead and do our presentation, please.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I already gave you my introduction. This season, we did not open until later in the season. We had hoped to be able to open early in April, but obviously we could not open until July. So it's been a truncated season. We've obviously had to make a number of changes. We have done a number of improvements, including getting a new executive chef who we brought up from Miami, who used to work at the Four Seasons in Miami. We have, just so you know, undertaken a number of COVID-related measures. We sent over some of the guidelines that we adhere to in the restaurant, including taking temperature, wearing masks, distancing the tables. When we first opened, there were a lot of people very anxious to go outside and get back and have something to drink and something to eat. So the crowds that came out the first weekend were even more than we anticipated. And we needed to try to clear the sidewalk more after that first weekend. So we repainted the markers on the sidewalk spaced apart, and also changed the reservation system to stagger it so that the reservations were further apart. And that helped us keep fewer people at the front and avoid the issue that we had at the very beginning. Other than that, it's been a very successful season. We've been visited by examiners or inspectors from the State Liquor Authority no less than 6 times. And as you all know, violations are issued left and right for outdoor space, for small sidewalk cafes. We have dozens of clients that have had violations for social distancing and other violations. And I think it's a credit to James, his managers, and his staff that he's been able to operate a place with a capacity of over 200 people, entirely outdoors, although part of it is covered, and have been inspected repeatedly, not only by the SLA, but by other agencies, and has not gotten a violation. Instead, has been told that he's operating well and he's doing a good job, which he has been. The protocols, we sent you some of them, and they also include something's pretty cool that you don't even need a menu. You can order food right from your smartphone. The support letters that we sent you, I want to highlight because you know, we know what the opposition has consisted of, which is an individual who lives across the street at 80 Varick, but the building is right across on Grand Street. And I just want to make sure that you are aware of the fact that there are 6 letters that we've given you, 5 of which are from residents of the building across the street. Of those 5, we have letters on the F line. The F line is the line of apartments that face directly to Gitano. It's right across the street from us. We have the, and I apologize if I botch up the names, but Marilyn Galazaria or Gazara from apartment 1F on the ground floor directly across from us has submitted a letter in support. She says she has no issues with noise. We've been a good neighbor. She's observed our staff. They are very good enforcing social distancing. Apartment 2F is Drew Roth. I think Drew may be with us tonight, so I'm not going to summarize that letter. That's directly at the 2nd level, right across from us. Apartment 5F is Michelle Keene. She writes that her and her husband support the additional season for Gitano enthusiastically, she says. She thinks it adds value, that she observed following safety protocols. She also notes that she's got a 5-month-old and not once this summer has she heard noise or has her 5-year-old been awakened by noise. Apartment 6F, I'm not going to say who that is because I'm going to botch up his name, but I think he's here and they're going to speak to you tonight. And then apartment 3A, Natalie Rivera, who I think may also be with us tonight, who will speak. We also submitted a letter from Ben Saperstein, who's the owner of the building, who is supportive, said that he has heard supportive statements made by residents of the building, that they've said only positive things to him. And he also notes that the superintendent of the building, Luis, and his wife, who lives on site, is also supportive of Gitano and has not heard complaints. And important to note that, I'm sure you'll hear from Darlene tonight, but the residents that live right below Darlene and the residents that live right above her with the same viewpoint of the windows, we've got 4 of them, 4 apartments with multiple owners who are all enthusiastically supportive, so enthusiastically that I think they've been sitting in front of their computers for 3 hours tonight, waiting for an opportunity, or 4 hours tonight, to speak with you. And I think that that is compelling evidence that James and his staff have done a very good job of maintaining order, social distancing, compliance, all the rules, and are operating a place that people in the community and people in the city love, particularly outdoor space, given what we have been through. We've also submitted some other petitions, which I think that you have. And that is pretty much it. I'm sure you're all familiar with the place because you've been through this before multiple times. And we have the opportunity for 4th season. And I think that the people in the community that enjoy Gitano and see it as what it is are very excited about it opening again. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. James, I don't know if you want to add anything, but we do have people here who I think are going to speak in support, and I would address any questions or any issues that anybody else raises.
Yes, thank you, Donald. I'll just say a few more words to add to that. We're very grateful to the community board for having given us the permission to take on what has perhaps been one of the most challenging projects we've ever taken on. We're very happy this season to have gotten to a place where the community is very supportive across the board. We've had some fantastic press from business publications to others. And we're very, very grateful for the recognition of the hard work that our team has put in. During 3 months of all our restaurants being closed in our different locations, we were able to think through how we could come back to the garden with innovation around technology and other things that kept our team and our guests safe. So I'm very, very grateful for the results we've had this year. Thank you for taking time to see us. Thank you for giving us the license in the first place. We want you to be proud that we're in your neighborhood. And I'm also very grateful to have 3 of the 6 fervent supporters of our business on the line now. They've waited, as Donald says, several hours. So I'd love them to speak. Carter and Bob, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely. Just before we do that, is there any members of the committee that have questions? Okay, seeing none, I will open it up. If you are need to raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this application, and I will call on you. Okay. All right, we're going to move you up. Oh, thank you, Donna. Let's see here. Okay, I got Drew. Mr. Roth, would you like to say something? Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, hey, yeah, I've been on the line for watching everything for 3.5 hours, maybe 4 hours. And, I don't even understand how this place could have any questions on what it's doing. They're doing a great job. There seems to be like unbelievable to me that there's opposition to a guy who's gone out of his way to make the community better. He's opened up everything to people. He's doing a safe job. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't want it to continue. And there's opposition from maybe one person in the building. And I've lived here for 30 years. And I was skeptical at first. And James has changed everything from what I've ever thought he could. And I really believe he's doing a great job. Safety is right where it should be, all the protocols. And you know, I'm really in support of them. They're nice people. They're doing a great job. All the people who work there are very proud to be working for them. And it's made the community better. It's made my neighborhood better. And please don't take it away because of one person's agenda. And it's basically one person's agenda in this building, and none of us can understand why. And please listen to all of us, not her. Thank you. That's really
Drew, can you just say where you live and your line of sight to Gitano?
I am the closest loft in 80 Varick to Gitano's. I overlook it, you know, and I stare out there all day, and they're doing everything you'd want them to do. They're taking temperatures, they're social distancing, and, you know, they're doing an exceptional job. They have people cleaning there every morning. You know, it's our building that is making anything worse in this neighborhood, because people in our building party and make our neighborhood worse than anything anybody else around here does. And we need to look at our own building to make our community better. That's all I can really tell you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Roth. I got Ms. Rivera. Would you like to say something?
Hello, thank you for hearing me. I just have a few points. My name is Natalie Rivera, and I've lived at 80 Varick Street for 9 years now. I'm on apartment 3A, so I'm facing Watt Street now, which is the loud part. Okay. I've been actually one of the few tenants that have been here throughout the whole pandemic, because many of our units have Airbnbs or their families went to their second residences and are just starting to come back. So I've been here throughout. I was happy that Gitano reopened because I know they were knowledgeable in providing a safe outdoor experience, dining experience that was COVID aware, and they've gone further than many restaurants in Soho do to make sure that you're going to have a safe dining. The block is surrounded, the restaurant's surrounded by it's on its own block and surrounded by gates. So I know there's no diners on the sidewalk that I have to be aware of, you know, crossing the street. So I fear that, so that way it doesn't provide any danger. I've gone a total of around 4 times since they've opened this summer with my friends. And one time it was raining very heavily and we were completely covered the whole time. So I really appreciate that. Darlene is implying that we have been giving free comps, but I could show you with my bank statement and my friends who have actually taken me there that we have paid our own meal there. I feel it's a community obligation to support the struggling restaurants of New York City, especially in our block. So many restaurants have closed that have been iconic to us. Mooncake Food, Lucky Strike, Tilala, China Blue, Aqua Grill, Pega Club, and I could go on. Luckily, Gitano and Lupe's are still here. So also one other point I wanted to point out is that there's been an increased amount of crime, and Gitano has a security detail at their front. So I actually walk up Grand Street now instead of Watt to just feel a little safer. So that's been great for me at this time. So I'm born and raised in Manhattan. I lived here for 53 years, and I just want to make sure that, you know, we become our amazing metropolis back again. And Gitano has been an amazing experience for the restaurant, for our neighborhood. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. I have a Ms. Schubert, Catherine Schubert.
Hi. So that's not the experience that I've had at all with Gitano, which I refer to as Chitano. In fact, whenever they start up again, we've had to live through the winters with all of their detritus just thrown around. There are barriers around, as Natalie mentioned, the restaurant, which are wood paneling, which are frequently in a state of disrepair where they could fly off and hurt people. When you walk past there in the evening, there are lines. They at one point were putting out glass votives, which I tripped on and my dog nearly cut its foot on. It is not a neighborhood restaurant. It is a pop-up shop. And if Natalie thinks that the people who are going there are indicative of our neighborhood, she's entirely wrong. And I don't think they're good neighbors to us. And there are plenty of other places here that have gone out of business, as Natalie noted. And that's really sad because you let these pop-up places just come in and do whatever they're going to do for however long. So please don't support this. These are not good people.
Thank you, Ms. Schubert. Ms. Lutz, would you like to say something? You got to unmute yourself, Ms. Lutz, if you want to speak, if you want to be heard. You have to unmute. You're still, there you go.
Nope, do more.
Go, no, got to unmute yourself. There you go. Try now.
I was waiting for you to send it to me, Bob.
There you go. Go ahead.
I was waiting for you to send it to me. I'm in a hospital right now, so I have a mask on. And I've been, like everybody, waiting for hours to speak on this. And, you know, I'm evidently not a favor of my neighbors. I did read all the glowing letters. I happen to have breast cancer also. So, anybody who's playing that card, I will play it too. I guess, you know, some of the points I'm making is that one of my neighbors who lives below me has and the super's apartment, which is on the ground floor and faces Grand Street and faces Gitano. Both of these have extremely small windows. They're mostly cement. They do not get the kind of reverb back from the facility, I'm thinking facility now because I'm in one, back from the music. I appreciate Mr. Bernstein not trying to sweep over COVID, but the truth is that the noise that comes from Gitano is still the same. And last year they asked for longer hours, and that Gitano is open for one more hour and then 2 hours longer than any other premise right now because of open restaurants, makes it a draw for people to come and party, which they are. You know, I have given a lot of photographs. You know, I feel like I keep going around and around by this. Let's see. You know, I could go through all of the minutia. There are 100. They're doing 100% of the food on premise now. That was only supposed to be 30%, but that's all being prepared on premise. They use the grill hugely. They didn't have emissions control on it for the first 2 seasons. It wasn't working until maybe a week ago, but that's because I do nothing but put in complaints. There has been no enforcement. Enforcement has been very, very hard to come by because of open restaurants. And yes, there are places that are worse than Gitano, but Gitano is really taking the cake. They're asking again for a fully outdoor restaurant to be playing music and live music this time. That is not allowed anywhere. Live music outside or music outside in any open restaurant. And I know I've been through this over and over. So if they want to make a compromise, here's my compromise. Roll back your hours to what everybody else is going to get. 11 p.m. closing. Maybe go to 12. If open restaurants go to 12 on weekends, okay, 12. So that they come into the group. They come into they have the same advantages as everybody else for this next season because it is very stressful outside. We're all stressed out, and this is very stressful living. I also proposed that last year I proposed that they shift their entrance off of Grand Street, because Grand Street is where everybody comes in, everybody goes out, everybody comes to smoke, and they're having a good time. They're whooping and laughing, and they're having drinks, and it's fun. I get it. But I want that moved away from where I live, and they have other entrances. They can do Grand Street. They can do Canal Street. They have entrances there. If not putting the entrance there, then put the exit there. One way in, one way out. There are things they can do to make this not so unbelievably heinous to live across the street from. And the third thing is that they installed, and I asked Carter to I sent a picture to Carter so I could, I don't know if you can get it up, but get it up on the screen share. But to show the kind of seating that they did, because when they came, originally they said, we're going to do all our seating under, and I need a pointer. I was like, can I use my pointer? Under the 2 pergolas that you see left and right, and the big top tent. Right. And now if you can come down here, closer to Grand Street, all these areas, that's all outdoor seating, all along the pergolas, it's all outdoor seating. It is not under a roof. There's probably enough seating for at least 100 people along those pergolas and in the front. And that's all that noise comes to Grand Street. And James Gardner said, oh, we're going to move it to the center.
Darlene, you said number 3. What is number 3?
That's number 3 for the seating, to get rid of all that seating. If they want to put in a lounge, if they want to put in a lounge, look, Bob, I appreciate it. I almost feel like I'm being given the bum's rush. You don't want to hear from me? You're gonna hear from me.
I do, Darlene, but I just want to try to figure it out. So I got 1, 2, 3. What is there number 4? In other words, I'm trying to figure out what it is that you want to get to.
And I don't know if you received the email, because I'm in a hospital and it's been very, very difficult to get everything together today.
He's trying to understand the points in your proposed compromise.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. I sent you an email with the 4 points.
You did? Okay. Well, I can circulate that.
Okay.
Did you send that to
music?
You send
Oh, I'm sorry. Music was the 4th point. Music.
Okay.
I'm being reminded of what I said. I sent it out to a number of people, but you, Donna, Carter, I sent it to, and a few of my neighbors. But I'm more concerned about
forwarded it onto the committee, Bob. Everybody should have it.
Thank you, Carter. I appreciate that. Because I am in a hospital. It's not easy to do everything right now. In the shared picture, also what you have in your diagram with the application is that you have the community garden, the meditation areas. That's all been gone. You know, some of it never took off. Those were the amenities for the community. So that back area, they want to put a lounge, put it back there. Get it off Grand Street. Get it off near Grand Street. Put it back there. They want to do whatever. I can't even remember. Carter and I were trying to figure out what exactly the SLA approved last October 23rd. And I'm pretty sure, you know, we can't get the recording of it, but whether they were approved to use that area. But Don Bernstein seems to think that they were approved to use heaters.
Darlene,
so
let's just keep it straight with what it is that you're talking about, and not make comments about other people. I just think that's a better way to do it, that's all.
Okay.
Especially when you have other people in your building are also online as well. I just think.
So Darlene, what do you want them to do with the music? What was, I got lost on number 4.
Okay, well, I proposed no music would be good, because nobody else has music who's operating outdoors. How about that? How about that? I mean, it's recognized as a problem. That's why there's no music outdoors for open restaurants, right? Okay. But in lieu of that, you know, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing right now, which is shutting off the music at 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. because they don't get to play it an hour before they close. They don't get to close it an hour before they close. That did not change in the last stipulation mashup. They want to play live music? Absolutely not. I mean, it's outdoors. It's loud. There's a residential building across the street, and I don't really care about the two people who live underneath me, because clearly they don't care about my quality of life. And the person who lives above me hasn't lived there for a couple of months. So, and the person who wants to speak from
that's
6th
not a
Avenue,
true statement. I'm sorry. We moved out of the apartment.
You moved.
You guys.
Yes.
You guys.
You no longer live in 80 Varick. So why are you even here?
Okay. I will start muting. I will start muting everybody if we don't stop. Okay. Especially Mr. Verdi. Mr. Verdi. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. You guys live in the same building. Okay. It's very important.
No, we do not. We do not, Bob.
Oh, okay.
He
Darlene, are you almost done?
same-
Are you almost done? Because
Bob,
I'm going to put
he
it into it.
doesn't live in 80 Varick.
Okay, do you have anything else you'd like? Darlene, excuse me.
Never
Darlene,
let
do you
that
have
go, okay?
Are you done? Are you almost done?
Vince. Darlene, can you just clarify one other thing
yes.
for me? The seating that is bothering you, that shouldn't be there. I'm unclear exactly what that was or what you want removed.
There is seating that is not under the 2 pergolas and the big top tent. That was not in the original plans. There was no mention of it. It turned into a lounge. If you go back to 2018, you won't see it. It didn't exist.
So it's that seating when you first come in,
There's a ton of seating. It's scattered all over. It's down the 2 walkways of the pergolas. And it is not, the point of having everything under a rooftop was to tamper the sound. You have occupancy for 336 people. It was more, but 336 people, 10 people in a group are allowed.
Okay, so Darlene, just to clarify, I just, so we understand, because you're drifting off point here, to what Donna said, because I'm also not clear, is that you would like all the seating to be underneath the rooftop covers, whether that's the pergola or the tent in the middle. That's correct?
That's what was sold in 2018.
Okay, no, I'm just asking because I'm just wasn't understanding.
Yes.
that.
Yes, that's what you all approved in 2018.
We understand. I got it.
I mean, I have James Gardner's letter that says, "Oh, we moved it all to the center, so people on Grand Street wouldn't be disturbed," and it's disturbing.
No, we understand. That. I wasn't clear on that either.
Are you finished, Darlene?
Wrap it up. Yeah, I'm finished.
I think you've made your
Yes,
points.
I am done.
Okay, I would really appreciate that.
Yes, I am finished. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go
Thank
to
you.
Mr. Vardy. I hope I'm pronouncing.
Yeah, thank
Go
you
ahead,
for
Vardy.
thank you for allowing me a couple of minutes after waiting all this time. I appreciate it. Full disclosure, we moved out of the building a few weeks ago for a larger apartment 2 blocks south. But I do think that experience with Gitano and the 3 years that we've lived in the building should be heard. I will say from all of the restaurants that operate in the area, and we frequent quite a few of them, Gitano is the best organized. Everything is done to order. The management is very good. There's no crowding. They keep all the restrictions. COVID. It feels safe. It feels like a place where people go out and enjoy. And of course, we've been to the restaurant quite a few times. The food is great. The service is great. The atmosphere is great. And there's music, of course, for the ambience, but it's not super loud. It's not disturbing. This is not a nightclub. And I don't think the music is even 10% as noisy as all of the honking and horns from the traffic to the tunnel that's there up until way past 12 midnight. So I think Gitano has been operating as a model. I'm not quite clear why it's been dubbed here as a pop-up restaurant. This is a garden restaurant, and putting all the structures in place is certainly more expensive than decorating a restaurant inside a building. So I'm not sure why it's an issue with people that it's built outside. This is an outdoor restaurant. It has a very unique atmosphere. Doesn't exist anywhere else in at least in this area. And they've been very, very good neighbor. It feels safe. It's clean. It's you don't get drunks outside. You don't have I've been on this call for 3 hours. I've heard a lot of neighbors complaints about people pissing on their windows and smoking outside and drinking outside. And this is not the case. This is a different level. So I can only say I wish you guys continue to grant them the license. I think, for the life of me, I can't understand why the sitting inside the restaurant is the neighbor's business. I think the music is, not disturbing. And again, you can measure decibels and check that the restaurant is in compliance.
You just say, so everybody knows where you lived before the end of September.
Yeah, I lived in 80 Varick Street, apartment 6F, from 2017 until 3 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vardy.
Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, so Donald, if you want to say one more thing or a few more things before we're done.
Well, a couple of things. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but just the really most important thing, I think, moving forward.
One more speaker that was moved
You
up.
do have one more speaker? I didn't see that.
Pete Davies was also.
I didn't see Pete, and I'm looking for him, and I still don't see him.
He's there.
Oh, okay. Okay, hold on.
Pete?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't. Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
Okay, thank you. One thing I think everybody should look at is what type of license is this? We've heard from a number of people it's a restaurant. We heard from the attorney it's a restaurant. It's been described as a restaurant. If it complies with the restaurant license, or does it comply with the tavern license? That's a technical thing for the committee to figure out. In terms of the music, I think you have to look at the steps. You have to look at what was agreed to. Thump blasting across the street, which does exist. Does that comply? Does any allowances that are under open restaurants, of course, don't apply because they're on their own property, but as what they're doing on their own property, does their diagram still comply with what they submitted? Have they changed? Now, these are all very technical things, but you shouldn't let an applicant slide from what they've submitted to what they've become. So I just ask you all look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Okay, I'll let you go, Donald, but what I was trying to say before was that we really do need to know what the story is with tomorrow. Because when I say tomorrow is, we only have till 12 o'clock to even be in touch with the State Liquor Authority with regards to this application. And we can't possibly have any sort of recommendation. So I guess I would ask that before we end tonight, that we get some sort of understanding as to whether or not we're going to extend that for the next 3 weeks or so until the next SLA meeting.
I understand. All I could do is after we sign off, I can speak to James, and if I have an answer, I can send you a text or an email.
Yeah, if you could send us an email, I would appreciate that.
I will. Either way, I'll send you.
If it could be done as soon as you're done with this particular part of the process.
We will.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just to address a few points, and I don't have a lot to say. First, with respect to what Pete Davies said, And I was not the attorney at the time, but what I do remember from looking at the documents is that it was filed as a tavern license. However, the community board back in 2018 wanted us to stipulate that it would be operated as a restaurant. So it's in the unusual situation of being filed as a tavern liquor license, but it is defined, it is to be operated as a full restaurant, and that's what we have done. With respect to the music, first of all, the live music is stipulated, I think, to end by 9:30 at night, and the music is restricted to the covered area. And I think that the fact that you have 4 residents who face the venue and that have not complained for 3 years about music being a problem, I think is certainly persuasive in my eyes, in addition to the fact that there's never been a violation for disorderly or excessive noise or anything that matter. And the seating also, I'm not sure exactly what Darlene was complaining about, but there's no restriction that I'm aware of that the seating all has to be in the covered area. I don't think we're going to give up well, we're not going to give up the music. We're going to be seeking renewal on the same operational terms that we have now. We've had that for 3 years. We really are not going to change any of that. And I would reiterate, and I don't know if James wants to add anything, that, we've been inspected wildly this summer, as everybody has been. And by the way, with respect to the hours, what was said about limiting it to midnight as a matter of law is not correct. That does not apply to outdoor space on privately owned property. So if you have an outdoor rooftop bar or outdoor terrace, and it's not a DOT matter, you're not restricted, and you get the hours that are part of your license, and that's what we have. So we're not doing anything different than anybody else who has outdoor space on private property.
I'll just say a couple wrap-up words. I want to thank again the community board for granting the application, for listening to us again tonight. We've worked incredibly hard. I'm very grateful to the neighbors who've spent hours on this call and presented their case. There's really one. Catherine, I'm sorry about some of the issues you've had with your dog. The other neighbor, I have nothing to say. It's not logical, the complaints that are made. So we run a very, very good business that the neighbors like, and we've done a good thing this summer. We are looking forward to coming back next season. We have to know next week the decision, one way or another. So we thank you for your time tonight.
I just wanted to make clear, so you're not willing to change the exit, is that correct?
We have to go ahead and have our meeting next week. I mean, we're happy to come back and present.
I have a question right now. Are you not willing to have your patrons exit out one of your other exits?
Oh, are we not? No, we talked about that last year as something to look at, Carter. I think we actually brought that up in the meeting. If you think that's important, we can look at it.
Well, I'm just asking because this is, those are the questions. We're just trying to get clarification as far as your responses to those particular points, just so that the committee's clear on them.
So one thing I would respond is we were very grateful to be approved for the additional hour. We shut all service 1 hour before, and we gradually exit. So some of the issues we've had in previous seasons with many people leaving at once were addressed. So the front exit has been much calmer. Again, we have 3 neighbors who live right outside Marilyn, and the superintendent, Luis, live on the ground floor and have written a letter, and they've had no issues. So it's not really been an issue this season, Carter.
Okay, so the answer is no. I'm looking for answers, not.
I mean, the answer is if you felt that was a very important thing to talk about, we could look at it. So I'm not saying no.
Okay, and then as far as the seating underneath the rooftops, I recall that was something that was mentioned as well. So you guys aren't willing to keep all the seating under coverings?
So you and I spent a lot of time talking about this in the various meetings, and we have 4 distinct areas. We have the main tent, 2 dining decks, and an outer lounge. And the outer lounge is not covered, and that was always approved, as Donald said. So yes, we work within very strict stipulations that we take very seriously. All we're looking for is one more renewal, given the delay of the school building. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about changing the operating rules and stipulations, the many stipulations we already have.
And I think, Donna, you took better notes on what these were. What were the other?
Music.
The music was one of the issues, no live music and shutting off the music.
So
at 10 or 11, and also a sound delimiter that would limit you to 65 decibels. I believe 82 is what's specified now in your app.
Donald, shall I talk to the music? Do you want to talk?
You can address it, James.
Yeah. So, we were very grateful when the SLA granted us an additional hour. And I stood in front of the SLA with Donald and agreed that the music would not be extended. We actually did have an issue for a very short period of time after open, where the communication of the amendments agreed by the SLA did not make clear about the music, and the team had misunderstood that. So there was a short period of time where the music was turned off after the stipulation say. So that was addressed by me, and the music has been turned off absolutely by the time that we agreed, the same time as the previous 2 years. So even though we have, I'm going to address both the points, the timing of the music and the volume. So even though we have the additional hour of service, we still turn the music off the same time we did in previous years. So that's thing number one, and that was addressed. And we take very seriously when we give our word, we follow up on the words. There was a mistake in communication in the first period of time that was quickly addressed when it was raised, first of all. Second of all, the volume, the speakers have been recalibrated and changed to make sure that the sound is not coming out on Grand Street and is not bothering our neighbors, and when measured is not above the decibels that we've agreed. And again, I mean, it's very, very important to have 3 people on this call, and 4 neighbors have written detailed letters saying music was not a problem, one above Darlene and one below Darlene, okay? So we have been very good with the ambient sound and making sure it does not bother our neighbors, but gives a nice experience to our guests.
So that was, thank you. That was a very detailed and loquacious answer, but I didn't actually hear you answer the specific questions, which is that, would you be willing to change the limit to 65? And would you be willing to turn it off by 11 o'clock?
So I answered the question. So we turned the music off by 11 o'clock already. We turned the music off already by 11. So that's the answer to that question. The stipulations that we've agreed to, we're going to keep as part of our 4th season.
Cormac, where do you get 65 decibels? I'm not sure where that.
This is the proposal that was floated by a community member.
But I don't even know what that means, 65 decibels.
I was asking him if he would take 65, because I believe in your papers you submitted, I think you specified that your current commitment is 82. And I was asking him, yes or no, would you be willing to compromise and bring it to 65? And I got 2 very long and convoluted answers that I think come out to no.
Well, let me clarify. The answer on the time is yes, because we already end the music at 11 p.m. With respect to this 65 decibels, my question is, what is 65 decibels? Where does that number come from? I have no way of knowing what the sound level is of 65 decibels. How could we possibly agree with that? We had an acoustical engineer give us the decibel level. We didn't just come up with it. He did a study and came up with that number. So it's scientific and it means something. And I think we can't just arbitrarily say, let's compromise and throw out 65. And I think the other point that I think we've made, but I have to reiterate it, is there are a lot of tenants in this building. And if this was such a problem, this noise, you would have a lot of people complaining that they hear music. And you have one person who has complained about it. among multiple people who are either silent because they don't hear anything, so they're just not coming, or they say, we live right across the street, we don't have a problem. So I just don't see the need or justification to do that in the absence of a problem.
Okay. Yeah, the answer is no. Okay, thank you.
Not to change the decibel level. The time is the 11 o'clock because
Right,
we
yeah,
already, that's already what we're
I
bound
think
by.
they actually proposed was Sunday to Wednesday 10, Thursday, Saturday 11, but I just said 11 because that seems reasonable.
Whatever the restrictions are, we're not increasing. They are what they are.
Kristen Shea, go ahead.
Hi, yes. On the original application, you had said that you were going to, as Carter brought up at the beginning of the meeting or of your presentation, that you were going to shift or send the plants somewhere else that kept them alive once you shut down. But I walk by your place every day, or I did before COVID, to go back and forth to work. And when winter came along, the plants just laid there and died. And I just wanted to see if you would give that promise again and follow through if this application is granted, that you won't just let all those plants die, but you'll actually do something, either donate them or bring them somewhere else to keep them alive.
Hi. Yes, I can definitely talk to that. That was definitely an important discussion we had. At the end of the first season, we moved a large percentage of the plants into another building and another project, so we saved the plants that way. Last year, we shipped down a huge trailer of plants to Florida, as we said. We have Hitano is in Miami now in partnership with the Faina, and we moved a lot of the plants down there. So we saved a huge number of the plants last year. The biggest challenge, and it's upsetting, and I've looked at lots of different approaches, and we're going to look again this year, is that we have about 8 of the large coconut palms. They're very difficult to move at the end of the season. So we're looking at options for that. Donation is on the agenda. We've done a lot of different donations this season to different charity organizations, and we're going to do a plant donation at the end of this season. So yes, that's something we do take seriously, and we want the site to be left in good order. We want the plants. We want to be good to the environment. So yes, it's something that we're aware of, and we've had a good amount of success. It's not been 100% of plants that were exported, but we did save a lot of the plants.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one Donna. It's almost 11 o'clock, so I just want to.
So I just have one other thing. Would you change your hours to be in line with what the open restaurants are doing currently, so that you're not ending up, if you're the last person open, everybody that's within distance of your place is going to end up there for that last hour, making it the later part of the night potentially worse than any other time. So would you consider just going in line with what everybody who's opening with open restaurants is doing during this period?
Yeah, assuming that come this summer that it will still be 11 o'clock for everyone else.
Right, exactly.
Donald?
I just have to say, it's not 11 o'clock for everyone else, because even under the current guidelines, if you have outdoor space on private property, not public streets, not DOT space, you're permitted to operate with the hours that you have. So if you have a rooftop bar, a rooftop lounge where you have a midnight or 1 a.m. license, you still have that this past summer. So he's not doing anything different. It's different than a Sidewalk Cafe or
the 0.05% that have that capability in the city of New York. That's really what it comes down to. I mean, yeah, sure, there could be a couple rooftops that have that ability, but how do you get to the rooftop if they're closed getting up to the rooftop? So, I mean, I think Donna's question is a good one. She asked it before I did. And that's really what I want to know is, would you be willing to be on equal terms with everybody else in that area? Because you had a special privilege of being open later. That was granted before COVID. Now we got COVID, and you now have hours outside much later than other people.
But I think also the extra hour, we still have to stop service by the original hours. So we're not taking people in that last hour because we can't serve them. Right, Ben? Isn't that what the extension of the hour?
Yeah. So Donald, we choose not to let anybody in. So we did in the first couple of weeks have people trying to come from other restaurants because they were closing. We do not let them in. So 1 hour before we close the door, we don't let people in and we stop serving. So that extra hour is to let people leave more orderly, and it's an important part of the business now.
Yeah, but you guys close at 1 a.m. So that's 2 hours. We got 12 and 1. Okay, so we're now talking about 11 p.m. We're not talking about 12 or 1.
Yeah, I mean, we're planning to keep the stipulations as agreed by you and the SLA.
No, we did not agree to those 12 and 1. I'll tell you that. That was the SLA that did it pre-COVID. We did not.
Which we're grateful for.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so
I'm now going to put an end to it. It's 11 o'clock, guys. It's very late. I thank you all for spending so much time and waiting to this last application. What a pain in the neck. I apologize for that. But sometimes it happens. It happens too frequently for all of us.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys coming. Donald, Benjamin,
Thanks.
James, thank you so much. Okay?
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
So everybody, I need to take another couple minutes here, break before we go any further. And I know it's late, so I really want to try to get things going as quick as possible. So bear with me, okay?
Okay.
All right, are you guys almost ready to come back?
Ready when you are.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just get up the agenda up on my computer here. Okay. There we go. Okay. So why don't we go in line with how we heard applications tonight?
First of all, how many people is quorum tonight? You know, how many people are there on the committee tonight?
How many? Well, we have a quorum. You're right, though. Let's count how many. I can see 1, 2.
There are 9.
9. Thank you, Donna.
I wasn't here for the first application, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So 9 people out of a committee of 12. So we certainly have a quorum. Okay, so we'll start with Salima Hadia, 95 7th Avenue. Anybody want to speak up first? I don't know how we can approve it.
I mean, it didn't go any better this time than it did last time. She was given another opportunity to come back so that she could clarify. And I don't feel like we got any clarification.
Yeah, I kind of feel also that it's like, usually when people come back, when they come back for reconsideration, the first thing we ask, as you did, Bob, is, what's changed about this? What makes this different? I mean, we would do that if they came back a year or 2 years later. I mean, they'd come back a month later. And the only answer seemed to be that I've reduced the hours from my initial ask, which I think she kind of agreed to maybe in the last meeting anyway. So I'm like, I'm not seeing what would have changed in our position. There was no change or new information that would lead the committee board to change its previous judgment and position. So
I don't think she had a clue about how inadequate her first presentation was, because she talked about hours as though that was what she was there for.
It sounded to me like she was told to do that.
Yeah.
By who knows, I don't know. But I will say this, it is I mean, I guess the name Malik is a popular name. I don't know how
It is
popular,
a common name. There's no question about it. It's a common name.
but it is kind of interesting that the gentleman before had the same last name as the brother. Yeah, so, anyway.
And I tried to Google these names and
Thank
didn't
you,
find
Robin.
any.
Okay, so Robin gave it a thumbs down. Everybody agree? Because it's late.
I just want to throw in the one last thing that was very concerning was the funds that the applicant stated were being delivered by a party that's not named on the license.
Right.
And that's precisely the issue here, right? So we have to make sure we make note of that with the brother's name, because that's concerning.
I got it written down.
Yeah.
Mendesa Malik. Okay, so that's a 9-0. Deny?
8-0 because
Oh, I'm
Kristen
sorry,
wasn't
you're right,
here.
Kristen, 8-0, okay. All right, so next up, we heard the pizza place, but the pizza place agreed to put over because they still don't have it together. I'm not sure they're gonna be able to get it together, but we'll see.
Yeah, it looks really tight.
That's a layover.
Very tight.
yeah, they may have to do a renovation that's beyond their means. Yeah.
Okay, and then we had the corporate change, which was MM 130 Bowery Restaurant Corp. I think this was heard previously. We approved it, deny unless, I can't remember what it was, like a year ago. I'm sure I could dig up the resolution, but everybody in agreement there?
Yeah.
Kristen, were you here for that one?
This is on the Bowery. Can you remind me which one this was?
This is the event space that used to be a bank.
Right.
Bill Bowery Savings Bank.
Yeah, it's a really big, okay, so that's
Bob,
going to be.
We may not even need a new stipulations agreement, because I think that she executed the previous stipulations agreement as a manager or an authorized signator. So just.
Yeah, I'll make sure I check that out. So that's, I'm sorry, that's 10-0 or 9-0? 10-0.
9-0. 9.
Okay, thank you. Next up is going to be Papa's, 103, 105 McDougal. I will go over what my notes in terms of stipulations, but I have a 2 a.m. closing, 7 nights, 7 days. I have a Sidewalk Café, which I believe they agreed to 11, closing, and to shut the doors at 10. That's my recollection, and I'm going to put it to them in that regard. And then the back door, I hear somebody's background, so I'm not sure what someone could. Sounds like someone's watching TV. There you go. Thank you. So then I have, we'll have stipulations, pretty careful stipulations with regards to that back door. The back door is that they're emergency exit only, not for patron egress. things of that sort.
No
No
employee
smoking,
smoking. Yeah.
no smoking, no employees. And then in terms of DJs, I think what we'll say is that it will be background music only, and we could have a little asterisk, maybe Donna, you know, on the stipulation form that says they're going to use DJs for purposes of background music only. Okay, just to clarify.
And,
so
and that was only a private holidays or something. It wasn't on a regular basis.
Yeah, yes, but the more important thing is that anytime there's music, it's background only, even when they think it's a DJ, you know what I mean, that type of thing. Even if they're saying they're using a DJ, it's still background.
It's never like dance volume DJ. It's.
We'll just make that clear, okay?
But what about the fact that the neighbors don't want this 2 a.m. closing?
No, I'm just going over the stipulations. We haven't made a decision yet, Katie.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
and then 1 DBA, they agreed to that. In terms of the outdoor dining, during COVID, they wouldn't be on Minetta Lane or Street, that they would be, you know, on McDougal.
Right.
And they agreed to the 4 TVs. You know, I guess they were saying 30, I don't know, TV that's 30 inches, pretty small
32,
TV.
I think, or something. Just, I think we should.
I would say 46, I'm telling you.
But Bob, that's a big, huge
No,
difference. You're
that's a big
changing it.
TV.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
all
not
right,
like-
I'm a
As
TV
small as they
watcher.
make them, it should be.
Okay, all right, that's the dog. I know the dog. I know that dog.
Dog knows the difference in
Sorry,
size.
it's Turner.
I know that dog.
He's
All
had
right,
enough.
so what do you want? What do you want to write in terms of the size of the TVs? You really want to say 30?
I'm gonna just go
What they said.
32 or whatever the smallest
Give
is
them
we
what
can
they
buy
said.
that's like that. 36.
Okay, so 32. Okay. No promoters.
With the sound off. The TVs have to have the sound off.
Yeah, that's right. So I think that's it. And no garbage, no deliveries on Minetta, okay? That was another big issue.
Yes, yes,
okay?
yes, yes.
Nor deliveries.
Right, okay?
Right.
So with that in place, I'll open it up to you guys in your discussion.
I'd be interested, Carter, when you were talking about the closing hours, you're talking about the doors and windows and sidewalk cafes, right? You weren't talking about.
No, I was just, you know, that's a good question. I was just saying, you know, that these are two different worlds. What's happening at their back door is entirely different than what's happening at their front door. And the point that I was making at their front door is that this is a really large place. And, you know, right now, what's happening there in COVID world is, you know, on steroids from what was happening. Closing the front doors at 10 is just what all the businesses should be doing. I mean, if you've got Grizzly Pear off the wagon, you know, everybody who's right there in their immediate vicinity is supposed to close their doors, but they don't. And so, you know, that's the draw to come into this establishment. From what they suggested was not that they have the door open to attract patrons, but that's what those other establishments are doing.
Right, because my impression was that the 2 a.m. hour, which, you know, as somebody just mentioned, some of the residents objected to. The 2 a.m. hour is actually not out of character for the block. Now, as I made the point that I was making earlier to somebody, maybe it was this applicant, I can't remember, is that cuts both ways. But I just want to make sure that I wasn't wrong about that you weren't, because sometimes and it turns out that you have the goods.
No, that's a great point. I think that it's more just the noise going outside than the people being inside there. And I think it's, you know, what they just laid out is fairly credible as far as, you know, alarming the back doors, et cetera. I mean, that was the concern. That's the number one. I was walking with Bob Gormley back from another meeting, and we took a walk up Minetta Street just to take a look at the rear facade here, and we ran into Perry Duloc, who's one of the people who testified, and she was sharing her concerns. But it really I think that that concern is fairly satisfied by them not using those rear doors. Really addresses the heart of the matter. And I think that you could even hear it when they spoke, because they were speaking to what was on the application that was originally submitted.
Yeah, I mean, I was uncomfortable with the application as originally submitted, but by the time we got to the end, like, I'm actually fairly comfortable with what we ended up at. I wasn't very comfortable, just so people know, for much of the discussion when, when it was still out there, the idea of keeping the doors open and the sidewalk open and things till like midnight while you got DJs inside. I'm like, I don't like where this is going. But with the steps that were listed by Bob, I personally, think this one's okay. But, I'd like to hear what other people think of it.
Well,
I agree. I think we got it to a point that it's appropriate.
Okay, I'll go along.
yeah, I agree. I think 2 a.m. is a little late, but it's not so late that it's going to be something other than what it's going to be. I thought they were pretty agreeable. I was thinking just the opposite when I read the application, but they really kind of came in and said differently.
It sounds like we got people with a lot of experience, historical type of experience, which counts for something.
Yeah, it does.
And it's a big space and a key space on that block, right? And a key space in some ways for that whole surrounding couple of blocks and things like that. So, if these folks, given that they're experienced operators and they seem to be good operators and things, I think that could be a solid win for the neighborhood.
And I think a lot of the people that spoke to it were happy to have them there, as long as that Minetta Street situation, those exits, and they covered that. I mean, I would have liked to see them not have 2 a.m. 7 days a week, but all the other concerns seem to be, I think they accommodated those. So.
And the fact that actually the back of it's becoming like the sort of fine dining room will actually also be an improvement over before with Panchitos, in terms of the Minetta, the noise leak,
So we good on deny unless, Ben?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. 10-0, or I'm sorry, 9-0.
9-0.
Okay. Then we have, what do we do next? We did Gotham Restaurants, which I think is pretty straightforward. Yeah, I mean, that's a classic place, classic operator.
It's like rising from the ashes, it's a great thing to see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that was a real loss.
Anybody have any objections to deny unless on this one?
No, I mean, this is for us a classic case of, it's a place that had no problems, that is planning to continue to do exactly what it's always done. So, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 9-0, deny unless.
Yeah.
So Kristen, you come in and you smile and then you disappear again.
I'm just very supportive of that application.
You're a Cheshire cat.
Of course.
I'm very supportive of the application, and my favorite waiter works there, Boo. So, worked there, Boo. So I think this is good.
Excellent. A slight biasness on your part. Okay, good. Okay. So deny unless 9-0. And then we go to 178 Bleecker. And just so we're clear on 178 Bleecker, they did away with the backyard space, which did not appear on that C of O. And there are other concerns. I think that the hours got knocked down. I think Donna, you have it written down?
Yeah, Monday, Thursday, 11, Friday, Saturday, 2.
Okay. So I'll put it out to everybody on that one, because it's never been licensed before. There was, as Carter said, a concern about another liquor license in the basement at the same location. And this area is, when you do a 750-foot radius, it's like 80 liquor licenses. I mean, not currently because everybody of COVID, but generally speaking, there's around 60 in that area.
Yeah, I actually feel that that's the only, for me, the only real, I mean, I don't love the two, but, I can live with that on the weekend. The only real issue that I'm seeing with it, after all the give backs, I mean, as long as the yard is off the table and so forth, is the point that Carter raised, which is that to an already saturated block, when we're looking at a marketplace where we're being told that it's going to be really hard to fill the existing license spaces, right? We now have a building that is going to bring 2 new previously unlicensed spaces online. And, I'm not sure what we do about it, but I'm not happy about it.
No, but I will say this, the C of O says eating and drinking, so.
Yeah. I mean, I just kind of wish that they'd gone to like one of the vacant opening spaces somewhere else in the block, but it is what it is,
Yeah, and I went back, that building, that lot's been vacant for 10 years. And then they finally built the building, so I couldn't even figure out what was there before.
I think that there was something, and the society was very involved in it. There was a building that was landmarked, that whole area was recently landmarked, and they allowed it to go to rack and ruin. And it was an older building, and there was always a suspicion that was being done on purpose, so that they could tear down the little, 19th century building and put something like this up.
Oh, it's late, and I had a moment. I also forgot that the other thing that really bothers me about this application is that there are 2 applicants, one of whom knows nothing about the restaurant business, has no experience. They're the one who came. The one who didn't show up is the one who does have the 25 years experience. But that experience, from at least, what they put down on their paper, is all experience with pretty loud and raucous nightlife locations. And it makes me a little concerned. I'm like, why wouldn't you bring the person who knows this process and who knows restaurants and knows community board process, unless that person deliberately wants to not sort of be here because they don't want to answer questions, about, their places, their plans. They don't want to agree to steps and so forth. They don't want to be called to account for anything in their past. That makes me a little bit nervous and uncomfortable. But again, I'm not sure what we do about it. But
I agree with you, Cormac, which is why I asked the question about the bottle service on that one, because I had looked at that other site today, and I was just like, oh gosh, this has the potential to be bad. Especially then I saw the VIP room and the backyard. I'm just like,
Because they don't serve any food at that place. I mean, it is liquor only at that, what is it called? The Rumpus Room? I couldn't find any.
Rumpus Room.
The Rumpus Room. And it's mostly, I mean, a lot of it is actually, they use, it's exactly the kinds of things we worry about in places. They use like outside, event promoters and things to get place. It's that kind of a locale.
So,
And I mean, I just think that we need to make sure that the reso for this one really makes this clear and pins down that they have specifically committed to us that ain't going to be anything like this. None of this stuff is going to be here, and that it's going to be, what they described it as, which was, dining. I forget if it was fine or casual dining, but, that with background music and no use of the yard. And because, I don't know him from Adam, he's a brand new person, but based on her background, I'm suspicious. Maybe I'm unfairly suspicious, and I don't give people enough credit, but I'm a suspicious person.
Fair. You're not the very idea of a VIP room does not speak to dining. That's
suspicious.
A private dining room speaks to dining, to special service, but VIP rooms speak to clubs.
And it's a VIP room adjacent to the yard that they wanted to use.
Exactly.
And I'm like, this is like really creeping me out.
I can't support this the way it doesn't.
Wow, okay.
Because the other thing, we don't have the seating arrangement for the VIP room. We have no idea, that wasn't on, what is that? How are they using that? I mean, there's occupancy in there. It's not listed anywhere. There's no, it's not accounted for.
Anybody else
You can't
got?
just shift people over there, right? I don't know how that works, but I don't know.
Anybody
What's
else
the
want to
question,
weigh in?
Dawn?
Well, the question is, their seating plan does not show anybody in that room. There are no seats in that room. There's no occupancy in that room, yet they have a VIP room. Clearly, it will be occupied.
Is a bench.
There's a bench. How many people can sit at the bench, or how many? I mean, there's just, isn't that common? We need to have seating, and we don't, or standing or occupancy. We don't have that for that room.
Well, I asked them and they said they would send it. That's how we left it.
Okay, because they will send it, because I was just wondering if that was sufficient enough.
That's what I was going to say.
Bring the other partner so we could, take another look,
But if we can make the argument that it's facially insufficient as an application.
They also made clear that they checked both, that they're applying for both, well, as a restaurant and as a tavern.
Right.
Which is, and also the business with the front door, is just a concern, because this goes, we don't have these types of premises where, in these buildings generally don't support, where you have a door, you walk up to the front of the building, you go into the door, and then you can go upstairs or downstairs and go to two different businesses. It's almost unheard of that we have that situation. I mean, we have a few, but not in this way where you just pull open one door. Generally there'd be separate entrances to the upstairs and downstairs.
Yeah.
How can we have one application with two different categories of license?
Because the liquor authority only issues the licenses now under one coding, even though there's two sections of the law which cover the on-premise liquor license types.
Anybody else? Robin, Kristen, Susan, Anthony, anybody else have anything you want to say on this one?
I also there's also another concern that when they say, what is the maximum occupancy for the premises? And they say 200 or lower.
Right.
So there's just
a lot of people. That's a lot more seats than they have. A lot of people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I just it has some hallmarks here of the places that we've run into problems with. Like there was the Gold Bar, the Gold Rush Bar that was 1849 or whatever it was, that was across the street. I think to the west of this. But this, they came in kind of under the same.
You're really dating yourself. That's before me.
No, what are you talking about? It's 3 years ago.
1849? No, they wanted 4 a.m. that place.
Hey,
it was a long time ago that it got created.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
COVID, social distancing. We're all dating ourselves now.
Okay, so I'm getting the sense. Robin, does anybody else want to say anything? No. Okay, so I'm getting the sense that this one's going to be a deny.
Yeah, sounds right.
Do we recommend beer and wine?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the kind of situation where you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing, and they didn't seem to be willing to do it, was just if their hours sort of fell more in line with the rest of the Bleecker Street corridor hours for sort of the eating and drinking, which we've seen of late, which is typically, 11 or midnight and 1 closing and things like that.
Well, that I'll say, Carter, I just put hours out there to them, and then that would be my fault because I said 2 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. I didn't say 1 o'clock, but they agreed right away on that as soon as we put it out there. You're right that they didn't offer it up.
Yeah, I mean, the 11 o'clock that they agreed to on the weekdays, I have to say.
For Thursday, too, I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm not that concerned about it becoming a club on weeknights because it's going to be shut at 11.
Well, then maybe what we should do is, you know, they own the space. So the gentleman that was there owns the commercial condo. So, you know, I'm just.
Which gentleman are you talking about? Because I don't think he spoke
Before us tonight. Yeah, the applicant.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the applicant, was the owner?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realize that. I thought he was somewhere else. I thought, okay. All right.
So I mean, the concern is, you know, it's just, we're going to get 2 stacked places on here. It's going to be a problem. You know, this stuff with using the outdoor space is problematic. I mean, that means that you're going to have, in order to service, if they had an exterior area, let's say the rules were waived, that you're going to have patrons going downstairs, people upstairs, people going in and out serving the outside. It's just, there's a lot of problems, and I don't know how to resolve them, but it's a concern. And basement spaces also tend in our community board to not do particularly well unless they're later night establishments, because people, when it's sunny out, don't generally want to go into basement locations. Right. So it just, there's a lot of setup here to issues. And while the attorney astutely pointed out, you know, we're hearing the application before us, we've got a lot of factors that are unique. And at the same time, we also have the owner of the space. So I just trying to think of a pathway here that allows them to move forward. And, you know, I guess the beer and wine is it, but it's.
Okay, so.
I'm looking at their application. The overall number of seats is 60.
Right.
Right? Right. So, you know, on the C of O, it says is 200 or lower is a C of O, they say, is what it says, which is a strange thing for a C of O to say. But let's say 200, right? I mean, one of the questions is, if we ask them to specify, you know, to stip to an occupancy, the lower occupancy, would that make people feel better?
Their occupancy, Cormac, is 74.
It is.
There's a notation on there, though, that it's not what we generally see. It's use group 6C, with which they're allowed to have entertainment, but not dancing.
Okay.
Is something we don't typically see, but that's what they filed for. So it has a notation that says if they're less than 200 people, but that is not their occupancy. That's just that use group 6C is for, can only be issued if it's less than 200 people. So it's a little.
Well, if we are going to like deny unless it instead of deny or something, I mean, I do think that we need to, you know, as I said, the steps need to be real clear about that back garden, so that no matter what they get with C of O, they've stepped to us no, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah. You know, I don't know, Donna, did you want to try to have another go at them on the 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, or just take what we have with the 11 a.m. weeknights?
You live there. You tell me. I mean.
I don't live there. That's Bleecker Street, man.
I mean, you know Bleecker Street better than I.
Well, so wait, we got 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday.
Yeah.
At 2 a.m.
Friday and
Saturday.
Saturday.
That's a big difference.
If you guys are thinking about just doing this as a deny and then recommending a beer and wine with a list, you know, which I heard you put forward, you know, it may be just specifically say, you know, they're certainly welcome to return in the future, but that, you know, offering the hours of 11 during the, you know, the days they prescribed and 1 on the weekends, that's fairly standard with their competitors for eating and drinking establishments that are, you know, of that size. That's the norm. And then there are outliers above that, obviously, but the norm really is within that ballpark.
So right. just what I say, where the idea is to deny and then say beer, wine, 11 and 1.
11 and 1. Yeah, take away the 2.
Okay.
And should we say that we're concerned about the outdoor space, the VIP room, and the downstairs area? Yeah.
And the fact
Okay.
that one of the operators didn't show up and she has a business, yeah. There's a
Right.
number.
I think we should lay out the logic of our concerns, you know?
Yeah.
And then that space in the front is not exclusively theirs. The concerns about that coupled with participating in any outdoor dining.
The smallness of the
really
shared,
runs counter to that.
and the smallness of the narrow and smallness of the sort of shared doorway to the two places. Right?
Guys.
It's not just like it's a shared doorway, Carter, but it's also just like a one thing wide. It's not like some big hall, you know.
I understand. I mean, the larger concern is just to put it out there. I mean, I think that from what you guys brought up from the other establishment that they're principal of is that these two places get joined.
Fine.
You know, that it's suddenly much larger.
Yeah.
Suddenly you've got different things going on. I mean, that's really the you know.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. Yeah, joining with the downstairs.
Exactly. Joining it
So-
downstairs, DJ downstairs, bottles downstairs.
You guys, it's now 11:37. So
Okay, I'm
Okay.
fine. I'm fine with what we've set out. Can we do deny, but recommend 9-0?
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Except there are 10 people on the committee on here.
No, I'm on here twice. Oh, wait a
You're
minute.
right. You're right. Fair enough. Got me.
Okay.
You got me on that one,
You
Kate.
get two votes. No.
Well, I'm going to say this about Flip Siggy Anno.
Is that next? I just,
Okay.
where are we going next?
Anno. I'm just saying no.
Okay.
I spoke to Detective Jackson today, and he reiterated to me, which he has in the past, that they have to constantly inform them of the rules and remind them to follow them. And the captain has said that you know they're be free to issue violations, but for whatever reason, the sergeant, who's often on at night, has not been issuing summonses for whatever reason. But
To them or particularly to them or in general?
well, you know, there's some confusion, as everybody's aware of what the New York City Police Department is supposed to be enforcing.
Yes, thank you.
And
Yes.
so there's been some reluctance in issuing violations for whatever reason. I don't know what the reasons are, but
I have
Okay,
to
thank
say
you.
that I thought it was fascinating with the applicant, how he went from at the beginning of this presentation talking about how the wonderful and close working relationship they have with the 6th precinct to later on, like, you know, being like, those pigs have us on a hit list. You know, it's like, really? They're biased against us. Ah.
I mean, I will say when we were earlier locked down, I made sure it was interesting because I was going to the post office to get my mail and there's nobody at the post office, and the ready to eat or whatever it is, it's right next door, was serving. But yet, even when there was nobody around, they have consistently had more people than anybody else around them, not including like something of the size of a White Horse Tavern. And it's and their food is good. I mean, I haven't had it and I would like to, but it's also, you know, they put stuff out right away. They did. I mean, to their credit, I will say they had the QR code, they had the line. I have pictures of the signs they put out that said everybody needs to be 6 feet apart, but there was nobody was making sure that anybody did that, and nobody was discouraging people from hanging out outside, even when nobody was hanging out outside. So it's a little disappointing, actually, for me.
All true of another place I could think of owned by somebody on our board, but never mind.
So I personally observed the loudspeakers and unbelievable. I couldn't believe what I was watching. It was June 29th when I was walking the neighborhood, and I was like, it made me really upset seeing what I saw. And Flip Ziggy was right on number 1 on the list of places that I was very upset with. I could never vote in favor of this application. So that's just, you know, based on what I saw, smelled, tasted, and heard. Okay.
Okay.
So what does everybody else think in terms of, I just want to get a vote on this and move on to the next one. Is
I agree
everybody
with
in
everyone.
agreement?
Deny.
Yeah. Deny.
It sounds good.
Okay. All right. So that's unanimous, 9-0.
9-0.
Okay. And last is Grupo Katana. I did get an email from Donald. They're going to move forward with their with the SLA meeting on Wednesday. They're not going to agree to adjourn it. So
They're not going to agree to what?
they're not. In other words, they put in an application and asked that it be, I guess, expedited because it's summer. I'm not really sure how it came up so quickly. But it's actually in front of the State Liquor Authority on Wednesday. And so we're actually reviewing something that's being heard at the State Liquor Authority on Wednesday. And it does not give us enough time to provide our position, our opinion. They know that. We've told them that. And so essentially we have until tomorrow at noon to provide some sort of position.
But Bob, is that unusual to have so little time for something that big?
The reason that it happened was because it's a change in an existing business that's running, and it's for a seasonal license. And so there's nothing that would, and because the decision previously, this is a seasonal license, which is good for 2 years. And they had, last time they had said that they would only seek 1 more year. And so it would have been heard by the licensing area at the SLA right away had they submitted it. But because this was imposed by the full board that 1 more year, it has to go back to the full board at the SLA to be extended. We do already have a position on this though, which is what we voted on previously, which includes the other hours. And it's just, you know, that is our position at the moment. It's not on this new application, but we can refer to that.
And this is the same application.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And as well as, you know, whatever people here might say, but it's just not it's not the position of the board, so to speak, because we've not, you know, the board, it hasn't been put before the board. But, you know, at the same time, we do have a standing position, which is that we articulated the last time, which was the Liquor Authority went beyond it. I think it's compelling, you know, certainly to ask them that they, what the last question was that they comply with whatever the open restaurants regulations are for their outdoor.
The only reason they're open is because of COVID, another year.
Yeah, and so I think that's not unreasonable as a compromise, you know, to request that.
And we can write a letter tomorrow because we're going to have to before noon.
Right.
Providing our position from last year, and then indicating that 11 p.m. It's almost unfair that they're given later hours, because it's private property, and the only reason the private property stays open is because of COVID, and the only reason the outdoor dining is because of COVID.
Right.
It seems like we could put something together and get a letter in by tomorrow. So we do have a position, but at the same time, we can add to that position.
And to that point, by the way, about the hours, is Pete Davies pointed out, I don't know if people saw that in chat, right? That, you know, Bradley and other members of the SLA have repeatedly sort of used a talking point. I've heard this themselves about how public, you know, space dining is supposed to end at 11 p.m., right? He says that they also said dining on private property ends at midnight. They maybe, and I don't doubt Pete. I haven't heard that myself and things, but you know,
indoor.
But my point is, if they're out there sort of saying that a lot, which I know that they have been, I think it's going to sort of strike them that the unfairness and the weirdness of the situation. You know, they'll get that, I think. You know.
The other thing is, you know, I'd have to go back and look, is just with regards to the seating being under covered areas. I didn't have a chance to specifically look at the stipulations that existed before about that, but that's, you know, that's a unique situation when you're outside, that you can spread out all the tables, but it also exacerbates, you know, just people talking if you're not under a covered area. So
here's the thing about that. Like, there's this one side of me that says that if that was a stipulation originally and they're not doing it, that's something to mention and cite in the letter, that, you know, they're not obeying this, you know, very important stipulation from the beginning. But there's another side of me that's like, if what we're saying is the seating should be under the roof, I understand that the point we're making is noise reduction, but in the pandemic and COVID are not, you know, is not the SLA going to be like, listen, the less roof and the more air, the better? I mean, I don't know.
Well, but I would just say, Cormac, that it's just under a roof. It's not under sides.
Right.
So
They're not,
the
there's not a shed
you're not saying enclosed. You're just saying buffer what's coming up.
with a tent. Yeah. So, I mean, but yeah, I mean, because I do feel like if that, and I don't have it in front of me either, but I do sort of remember that. And if that was one of our stipulations and they're not complying now, then I think it's worth, you know, mentioning that in the letter as well to the SLA, you know, in the cover letter that goes with our previous position, because, you know, I mean, that's wrong, right?
And just as I mean, this was a temporary seasonal business that was only supposed to be open for 2 years. Then it was 3 years. Now it's 4 years. And, you know, any cost projections, et cetera, even with COVID, you know, this is not unlike, you know, other businesses obviously have been at significant reductions in their operations, and these guys have not had to have the same type of reduction in their operations. So it's, you know, I think it's a fair compromise to bring them in line with what everybody is operating at, and simply leave it at that, so that even if those hours were to expand, that they would be able to extend their hours as well. But as long as those restricted outdoor hours are on the outside, they should be complying with those in a similar fashion to every other business. So we really leave it up to the city's movement so that they're in line with the outdoor seating. And I think that's a very reasonable,
especially under these emergency conditions, right? You know. So.
Yeah, it seems totally logical.
Okay, guys, I think we did it. So
now, just a process question. So we're going to do this letter. This is coming up, so we don't need a new reso written on this one.
No, we will.
No, we're going to need one.
We need a resolution that has to be adopted by the board. You know, just as a standard.
So we should vote on the reso as well, is my point.
Right.
Right now, not just our plan.
That's correct. That's correct.
And I think it's denied because we're saying it should be 11.
Yeah, deny.
And with the provision in there that we're going to include that that we review the application tonight, the committee's recommendation to the board will be this. It's not inconsistent with the standing position the board already has. Is the only thing that they've come to us to ask, I believe, is just the extension of 1 more year. So
right,
that's the only difference in
there. Yeah.
Okay, Bob, I'll do an easy thing. I'll do Gotham. Okay.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
So just so everybody's in support of that, just so Bob's got that.
Yeah. So all in favor of that denial of those conditions?
I'm in favor.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. 9.
Yep.
9. Okay, I've got to get off. I didn't eat anything, so I have to go get something to eat.
Good night.
Katie.
Okay. Good night. Good night.
And if anybody else wants to volunteer, we could use some help. There's going to be a lot of deny resolutions, so it's going to take some effort. But if anybody wants to help, please let me know. Okay.
I might be able to, Bob, but let me see where I am tomorrow with work, and because I think I'm gonna have some time this weekend, and I'll get back to you tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thanks, everybody.
Okay,
Go to
good night.
bed. It's late.
So
All
I
right?
guess just get back to Bob tomorrow. If you're stepping up to do one, get back to Bob tomorrow. That way, then he and I can go through and figure out the rest. Right?
Thank you.
Thank
Good night,
you.
you guys.
Good
Sorry it's
night.
so late.
Good night.